Chapter 629. 5,000 years ago, after Daoist master Shen Jizi sealed the sea demon king Yu Jiang, he personally remodeled the sea demon royal city and made Helian Kong, Gui Yezi, Bo Hong, and Mu Mengfei, the four people with the highest cultivation at that time, to protect the sea demon royal city. Among them, Helian Kong controlled the power to open the sea demon royal city, while the other three had the power to seal it. Any decision had to be made by the four of them. As long as Gui Yezi was at the edge of the sea demon royal city, Mu Yu would not be able to get close. This matter was very troublesome. Helian Kong and Gui Yezi both had the initiative, so neither of them could bypass the other and enter the sea demon royal city alone. How about it? Have you thought it through? The soul tool in Gui Yezi's hand flashed with a cold light. Sure, but you can only send someone with the same cultivation as Mu Yu. Only then will it be fair. Helian Kong looked at Gui Yeming, who was rushing out from the pile of rubble, and said arrogantly. Gui Yeming's expression was ferocious. He wanted nothing more than to kill Helian Kong. He had never been in such a difficult situation before. Fine. Then I will send someone in the body integration stage to go with him. Gui Yezi knew that Helian Kong would not give in, so he did not want to push him too hard. Body integration stage? Mu Yu is only at the spirit severing stage, Helian Kong said. He defeated a body integration stage demon clan member. Do you only see him as a spirit severing stage cultivator? Gui Yezi sneered. Helian Kong shouted, he defeated the demon clan member because of my soul tool. Once my soul tool is used to open the sea demon royal city, how can he fight a body integration stage cultivator? Gui Yezi said eerily, looks like you don't understand this brat at all. You don't even have confidence in Jianying Chenfeng's disciple? Jianying Chenfeng? Who is Jianying Chenfeng's disciple? Helian Kong's expression was slightly shocked. He turned to look at Mu Yu. You are Jianying Chenfeng's disciple? Mu Yu shrugged helplessly. The title of master was a bit too big. Even cultivators from 5,000 years ago had heard of him. Heavens! How can you be his disciple? Aren't you a member of our Danding sect? Helian Kong was extremely shocked. I am Jianying and Chenfeng's disciple. However, I am also a member of the Pill Cauldron faction. My other master is a Pill Cauldron faction's Pill Cauldron faction. In short, I will explain it to you in detail in the future. Mu Yu felt that it would be too troublesome to explain it in detail. How can Jianying and Chenfeng still be alive? Isn't he from our time? And he's already fallen. Helian Kong still found it hard to believe. Fallen? Mu Yu laughed in his heart. His master liked to live a simple life. At that time, he probably faked his death to hide his identity. I have obtained the inheritance of Jianying Chenfeng. Mu Yu thought about how his master had fallen into Bai Jie's hands and felt worried. He did not want to explain too much, nor did he want to reveal the secret of his master's immortal body. If he had obtained an inheritance, then everything would make sense. I see. No wonder you are so powerful as an alchemist. Helian Kong nodded and then said confidently to Gui Yezi, okay, you can send a body fusion stage cultivator to go with Mu Yu. Senior, I am Jianying and Chenfeng's disciple, but I am only a soul clone. Mu Yu hurriedly reminded. Helian Kong had an envious look. Everyone wanted to be Jianying and Chenfeng's disciple. Unfortunately, he never accepted a disciple. Jianying and Chenfeng is an extraordinary person. If you can obtain his inheritance, I believe that you can deal with a body fusion stage cultivator while you are in the soul severing stage. In my time, Jianying and Chenfeng casually taught a young man sword techniques. Later on, that young man used his soul severing stage cultivation to kill a body fusion stage opponent. You have almost done it today. You have not disgraced Jianying and Chenfeng's name. Mu Yu blushed with shame. Helian Kong had already said this much. He was Jianying and Chenfeng's personal disciple. If he said that he could not do it, then it would be a disgrace to Jianying and Chenfeng. Gui Yezi glanced coldly at Mu Yu. Okay. Then we will meet at the Sea Demon King City in 3 days. Goodbye. Gui Yeming stared at Mu Yu like a resentful snake and left with Gui Yezi without saying a word. When the two of them disappeared, Mu Yu said helplessly, Senior, you really think highly of me. Jian Ying and Chen Feng were quite powerful before they fell. Almost no one in the cultivation world dared to provoke him. You are really lucky to be able to obtain his inheritance. Helian Kong patted Mu Yu's shoulder again. Cold air invaded his body. Mu Yu laughed dryly. He did not deny his master's ability, but he did not want to die for nothing. He still defended himself. Senior, you said that the young man was just lucky. How could it be so easy for a soul-severing stage cultivator to kill a body fusion stage cultivator? Although I remember that he was indeed lucky, luck is also a part of strength. Don't worry, I have faith in you. Just like that young man named by Liangsheng, he became more and more famous in the cultivation world. It seems that he even founded a sect called the Shadowless Clan, which specialized in opposing the silhouette being at that time. Helian Kong said while stroking his beard. Shadowless Clan? Mu Yu's mouth fell open. When he was in Qingshui City, Tian Yuhen spent money to hire shadow killer Qing Ming to assassinate him. At that time, Bai Yetian, who claimed to be from the Shadowless Clan, came to him and warned him. He also wanted Mu Yu to help him investigate Sikong Chiwen's secret. However, Mu Yu rejected Bai Yetian at that time because he did not like Bai Yetian's attitude. Senior, can you tell me more about the Shadowless Clan? Mu Yu remembered that Bai Yetian said that the cultivation world did not only have the strength on the surface. There were many hidden strengths that were not weaker than the 8 gates. Obviously, the Shadowless Clan was one of them. However, he did not expect that the founder of the Shadowless Clan was related to his master. Shadowless Clan? Let me think about it. It's just a small sect. It should start from the death of Jian Ying Chen Feng. At that time, someone paid a sky-high price for the Silhouette Being Organization to assassinate Jian Ying Chen Feng. The Silhouette Being Organization sent more than 100 top assassins to set up a trap for Jian Ying Chen Feng, but they were all killed by Jian Ying Chen Feng. In the end, Jian Ying Chen Feng was seriously injured and left the world. Helian Kong paused and thought for a while before continuing. When the young man named by Liangsheng heard that Jian Ying Chen Feng had passed away, he deeply hated the Silhouette Being Organization, so he created the Shadowless Clan to fight against the Silhouette Being Organization to avenge Jian Ying Chen Feng. However, the Silhouette Being Organization was not something he could afford to offend. Anyway, the Shadowless Clan soon disappeared from the cultivation world. They were probably killed by the Silhouette Being Organization. It was so long ago that I almost forgot about it. Mu Yu was stunned when he heard this. The Shadowless Clan didn't disappear, they were still alive and kicking, and they had been secretly plotting against the Silhouette Being Organization. It turned out that the Shadowless Clan was created by Liangsheng in order to avenge Mu Yu's master. Unfortunately, Jian Ying Chen Feng only took the opportunity to fake his death and live in seclusion. He had been living in seclusion for thousands of years. If it weren't for Yu Meng, he probably wouldn't have come out. No wonder Bai Yetian of the Shadowless Clan wanted to protect Mu Yu. It was because Mu Yu was Jian Ying Chen Feng's disciple. In fact, as long as Bai Yetian told Mu Yu about this, Mu Yu might have believed them. The Shadowless Clan had been developing for 5,000 years. It was not certain whether this strange force still followed the rules of its predecessors. After all, Bai Liangsheng had died a long time ago. It was hard to say whether his descendants had changed their original intention of opposing the Silhouette Being Organization. In short, since they only sent a cultivator at the body integration stage to go in with you, then you don't have to be afraid of anything. If you don't like him, just kill him. Anyway, you are Jian Ying Chen Feng's disciple, so you should be able to do this. Helian Kong was very optimistic about Mu Yu. Mu Yu rubbed his temples. He felt a little headache. Where did Helian Kong get the confidence that Mu Yu could defeat a cultivator at the body integration stage? But at this moment, he had no choice but to take one step at a time. Against a cultivator at the body integration stage from the Gate of Hell, Mu Yu could rely on his cultivation technique to restrain him. In fact, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage, but Mu Yu still didn't dare to be careless. During these 3 days, Mu Yu was still deducing the mysteries of the formation technique domain near the Sea Demon Royal City. If he could learn the formation technique domain, he would have a greater chance of facing Daoist Master Shen Jizi's formation technique test after entering the Sea Demon Royal City. As for the territorial war with the monster race, Mu Yu had already put it aside and let the other souls control the bone soldiers to fight. On the fourth day, Mu Yu arrived at the gate of the Sea Demon Royal City as promised. When he arrived, the people from the Gate of Hell were already waiting for him. Gui Yezi just glanced at Mu Yu indifferently, while Gui Yeming's expression was very sinister, with a murderous look. Mu Mengfei and Bo Hong came with them. Mu Mengfei agreed with Helian Kong's method, but Bo Hong's expression wasn't good. He seemed to be very opposed to this matter, but he was persuaded by Gui Yezi. Helian Kong floated to the gate of the Sea Demon Royal City and said, "Who are you sending in?" "Gui Shezi," Gui Yezi said. A cold young man stood out from the group of people from the Gate of Hell. This man's aura was only at the body integration stage, but he gave Mu Yu a dangerous feeling. Helian Kong frowned and glanced at Gui Shezi, then looked at Mu Yu. He discovered that there seemed to be something different about Gui Shezi's body, but he couldn't tell what it was. However, since they had already agreed, then he didn't have any thoughts of going back on his word. "Mu Yu, you have to be careful." Helian Kong took the soul tool that Mu Yu handed over and warned him. Mu Yu nodded. He also felt that there was something wrong with Gui Shezi. The soul tool in Helian Kong's hand lit up with a white light. This white light turned into an azure light and then shot towards the vermilion gate of the Sea Demon Royal City. The gate was overflowing with light and a 2-meter-tall mirror slowly appeared. This mirror was very strange. It showed the images of Mu Yu and the other people from the Gate of Hell. Only Helian Kong and the other souls couldn't be shown in the mirror. This mirror is the entrance that Daoist Shen Jizi set up. Only the living can approach it. "You can go straight to the mirror," Helian Kong said. Chapter 630. Entering the Sea Demon Royal City, from afar, a magnificent palace came into view. Auspicious vapors rose, and the air was filled with rainbow-colored light. It was like walking into a land of immortals. A golden seal appeared above the palace, exuding an ancient light. The golden seal had a majestic aura that enveloped the entire palace, and the golden light sealed the palace within. The palace was a few hundred meters away from where Mu Yu came in. Around the palace were 8 stone pillars that reached the sky. Mysterious inscriptions were carved on the pillars, and each of the inscriptions was faintly flickering with white light, resonating with the golden seal above the palace. These 8 stone pillars were very thick, and it would take 5 people to wrap their arms around them. The pillars were about 30 meters tall, and there were a few statues at the top of the pillars. These statues were all majestic self-cultivators with glaring eyes and various magic treasures in their hands, as if they were about to shatter the void. Mu Yu looked at the road on the ground. The road to the palace was not flat, but crisscrossed stone bridges. On both sides of the stone bridges were fences carved from white jade. Below the stone bridges was a bottomless abyss, and there were gusts of heart-palpitating wind blowing from below. These stone bridges seemed to stretch across in a regular pattern, but they were also like a messy maze, and it was the only way to the palace. Gui Shiming also appeared beside Mu Yu. He also saw the scene in the distance and frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. These decorations were not the style of the demon race, but the style of the human race. It was obvious that Daoist Master Shen Jizi had completely remodeled this place. Even the patterns on the stone bridges were of the human race. A strange power confined this place, making it impossible for people to fly. "Mu Yu, I've heard a lot about you," Gui Shiming said indifferently. Mu Yu did not let down his guard for a moment. Helian Kong was blindly confident in him, but he did not have the confidence to defeat someone from the Gate of Hell who was at the unification stage. "What are you people from the Gate of Hell doing here?" Mu Yu asked calmly. Gui Shiming looked at Mu Yu and said, "Do you know? The first thing the Ghost Lord told me to do was to kill you." "You can't kill me," Mu Yu said simply. "I'm not like those stupid fellows you met before. I've never looked down on you, so I don't plan to kill you. After all, we have no enmity, right?" Gui Piping Life said calmly. Mu Yu didn't like people from the Gate of Hell. Even if they had no grudges against each other, Mu Yu felt that the world of cultivation would be much better if there were fewer people from the Gate of Hell in the world. People from the Gate of Hell would often kill others in secret in order to cultivate their own shameful techniques. The Threefold Palace had only warned them verbally about such things and never stopped them. This was because the people from the Gate of Hell would provide the Threefold Palace with soul power if they killed people. If that's the case, then whether or not we can obtain the inheritance of immortal Xian Jizi is up to fate. Mu Yu walked straight towards one of the entrances of the stone bridge, not bothering to waste his breath on Gui Xiaming. Gui Xiaming didn't stop him. He just quietly looked at Mu Yu, his eyes flashing with a strange light. As soon as Mu Yu stepped onto the stone bridge, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. In a flash, he was actually in the air. The stone bridge under his feet also turned into an iron chain bridge that rippled with the wind. These iron chain bridges crisscrossed, but the two ends of the iron chain bridges were connected to a towering stone peak. The stone peak extended up from the abyss. The abyss below was bottomless. There was only a layer of white fog and some strange bird cries. Is this an illusion array? Mu Yu lightly touched the iron chain of the iron chain bridge. The array pattern on his hand surged and passed into the iron chain. The iron chain also reverberated with a layer of array pattern, bouncing off Mu Yu's array pattern. Mu Yu tried to pass the primal yin and yang qi into the iron chain. However, what surprised Mu Yu was that his primal yin and yang qi, which had always been successful, was actually repelled here. This was immortal Xian Jizi's array technique domain. All the array patterns were self-contained. Mu Yu simply couldn't forcefully change these array patterns. It seemed that immortal Xian Jizi's array Dao was really not something an ordinary array master could compare with. An array master who could seal the Sea Demon King Yu Jiang's array technique domain was probably on the same level as the 6 great array masters. Dad said that all the rules in the array technique domain were set by oneself. This means that I can't forcefully use the primal yin and yang qi to change the array technique here. I can only obediently break through the array. Mu Yu looked back and didn't see any trace of Gui Xiaming. Gui Xiaming gave Mu Yu a very strange feeling. He wasn't like the other people from the Gate of Hell who were filled with murderous intent. Instead, he seemed very deep and shrewd. However, he didn't reveal any hostility towards Mu Yu. This was very rare. He didn't think about what Gui Xiaming would do. Instead, he focused his attention on the array before him. This array formation was very mysterious. Mu Yu had to find the right path to the palace to use it. He didn't know what kind of special array immortal Xian Jizi would set up here. Since Helian Kong said that this was an inheritance that immortal Xian Jizi had sealed away and that the fated person would obtain it, then the array here shouldn't be one that was specifically used to prevent outsiders from entering. However, as far as the eye could see, all he could see were iron chain bridges drifting in the air. The sound of iron chains clanking could be heard. He couldn't see the end of it, so he didn't know where the true focus was. Then what exactly did immortal Xian Jizi want to test them on? Mu Yu walked over the wooden planks on the iron chain and arrived at the top of a narrow stone peak. This stone peak was very small, only about 5 square meters in size. The blue stone on top of it looked very ordinary. There were other iron chain bridges around it that led to different places. This is a formation domain. Then what are the rules of this domain? This question flashed through Mu Yu's mind. It should be the same as the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's domain, right? Little Shuai said. Normally, a person would only comprehend one domain. Then, the rules of this domain would be able to prevent everything from being forcefully changed. Mu Yu found a small pebble on the ground of the stone peak and kicked it with all his strength. The pebble was kicked away by him, but after a while, it returned to its original position. It feels like déjà vu. Mu Yu stared at the small pebble that had returned to him. He suddenly recalled the ethereal land that he had gone to when he sealed the 9 heavens sealing formation in his body. According to Xie Bulao, the ethereal land was a place where the 5 elements were in balance. Nothing could break the balance of the 5 elements there. It was a formation specifically used to resist Yu Meng. It seemed that immortal Xian Jizi's domain was somewhat related to the ethereal land. However, knowing this was far from enough. There were no signs to guide him in this domain. There were only iron chain bridges. Mu couldn't just walk around aimlessly. If I can deduce the rules of this formation domain, then can I take over this domain? Mu pondered. No formation could be perfect. There were bound to be flaws. Even if the flaw was very small as the eye of a needle, it was still a flaw. A flaw in a formation would cause the patterns of the formation to fluctuate unstably. Then, where was the unstable rhythm of the iron chain bridge? The wind gently blew, and the sound of birds chirping could be heard from the bottom of the abyss. The sound of iron chains clanking could be heard. The white clouds in the sky slowly drifted, and the sun shone from the east. The warmth of the sun shone on his body, making him feel relaxed and happy. Mu quietly sat cross-legged for 8 hours. Everything here seemed so natural. There was nothing out of the ordinary. It was as if he was on a viewing platform. Mu slowly calmed his heart. His eyes were covered with black and white formation patterns. As the formation patterns surged, his perspective underwent a tremendous change. In his eyes, everything in nature was made up of formation patterns. The white clouds in the southwest corner would float by repeatedly every 15 minutes. The sounds of birds chirping in the northeast corner would alternate every 3 breaths. The iron chain at the bottom left would float at an angle of 30 degrees, and the wind in the east would change direction every hour. The highest realm of a formation master was that everything could be used as a formation base. In other words, everything in nature could be used as a formation base. The power of nature was the strongest formation base. Because it was inexhaustible, there was no need to worry about problems arising. This place was also filled with the power of nature. It was just that Daoist Master Xian Jizi had applied his formation domain on top of the power of nature, changing all the power of nature to form this illusory formation. Everything here was real, and everything was made up of formation patterns. Wasn't this the true law of the formation domain? Mu stretched out a finger as if he had comprehended something. Formation patterns flickered on his fingertip. These formation patterns slowly simulated everything in this place, including the clouds in the sky, the surrounding iron chain bridge, and the gentle breeze that brushed past. He used his own comprehension to simulate this scene, but he always felt that something was missing. He felt that he had already simulated it to perfection. Then what was it that was missing? Gui Shiming also walked onto the stone bridge. The only difference was that the scene in front of Gui Shiming was completely different from Mu Yu's. The scene he saw was like hell on earth. Corpses were everywhere, and vengeful spirits were drifting away. As far as the eye could see, there was only a scarlet-red color, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. He slowly walked in front of a small mountain of rotting corpses. Looking at these corpses, he nodded thoughtfully. Are these the people I killed? Following that, 6 shadows suddenly floated out from Gui Shiming's body. They slowly surrounded Gui Shiming. The aura of these shadows was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Gui Shiming. What is this place? One of the ghost shadows asked indifferently. Gui Shiming, where is Mu Yu? The other ghost shadows asked one after another. You guys are now my twins. You don't have to say too much. I know what I'm doing. Gui Shiming said indifferently. People from the gate of hell usually had twins. This was the strange part of their cultivation technique. And listening to Gui Shiming's meaning, he actually had 7 twins. Gui Shiming kicked away the corpse at his feet. He said indifferently, as for where this place is, I think it's probably a place of opportunity. Then why didn't you kill Mu Yu? The 7 of us are enough to deal with him. One of the ghost shadows said with a heavy evil aura. Chapter 631. After Mu Yu and Gui Shiming entered the Sea Demon Imperial City, the scene they saw was completely different. It was as if they had entered a different world. This was the magic of Daoist Master Xian Jizi's formation. In the so-called land of opportunity, different people had different opportunities. It was best to comprehend one's own opportunities through one's own Dao. At this moment, Mu Yu was in a basic domain. Although it was far from the domain power emitted by the subduing demon pagoda, it was still not to be underestimated. Mu Yu was still sitting cross-legged on the stone peak, feeling the rhythm of nature around him. He had been deducing the rules of this formation domain. His cultivation had not reached the crossing calamity stage, so he did not have the ability to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth. It was too difficult to directly comprehend the domain. He could only rely on his deduction ability to recognize the surrounding formation patterns. In Mu Yu's eyes, those formation patterns seemed to have a life of their own, jumping cheerfully. Mu Yu had seen his master use the power of nature to set up a powerful formation under the chaotic burial valley. He had always wanted to learn how to control the power of nature. At this moment, he was in the middle of a vast expanse of nature. The surrounding breeze, all kinds of wonderful sounds, made Mu Yu feel an indescribable sense of intimacy. The finger in front of Mu Yu used the formation patterns to draw the scene of this area, but he always felt that something was missing. Then, he suddenly understood what it was that was missing. The formation patterns he derived were missing himself in this area. The formation patterns in his hand jumped again. The formation patterns in his hand also deduced his own figure, and his own figure was also evolving into another him. Gradually, Mu Yu suddenly had a trace of comprehension. Every world always had its own rules. If he wanted to control a rule, he had to adapt to this rule. He tried to integrate his body and mind into this formation domain. The aura on his body also surged along with this formation domain. When the wind began to blow, he also let his consciousness drift along with the wind. The iron chains intertwined and swayed. His whole consciousness also gently swayed up and down. He thought of himself as a part of the formation technique domain. As he swayed along with the domain, he suddenly found that he seemed to be able to wander freely in this domain without any hindrance. When he deduced the rules of this domain, he seemed to have become a person of the domain. He had become the person who controlled this domain. Surprised, Mu Yu picked up the pebble on the ground that flew back after being kicked by him. Originally, the pebble should have been forced to return to its original position by the rules of this domain, but at this moment, the pebble did not break free from Mu Yu's hand. It seemed that the process of being moved by Mu Yu was also the power of this domain. So I can control my domain like this. Mu Yu was very surprised. With a slight movement of his mind, all of the iron chain bridges actually began to fall off and gradually reconnect in the air, forming a straight long bridge that led to the vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. Hey, Mu Yu, how do you know how to get out of this maze? Little Shuai asked in surprise. I deduced it. The formation technique is deduced from the 8 trigrams. As long as the 8 trigrams formation pattern is derived, all of the formation techniques can be broken. Although the formation technique domain cannot be broken by force using the chaotic yin and yang, it can be controlled by deduction. The formation pattern in Mu Yu's hand slowly moved. Doesn't that mean you've also learned the power of a domain? Dragon Ting said in surprise. Big Earthworm, you're so stupid. This is not learning the power of a domain. This is controlling the domain that Shen Jizi set up in this place. Little Shuai corrected. What's the difference? Dragon Tung still did not understand. Mu Yu understood Shen Jizi's domain, but he can't use it himself. Do you understand? Little Shuai said. Little Shuai was right. Moreover, this was only the tip of the iceberg of Shen Jizi's domain. It was very likely that this was a test that Shen Jizi deliberately set up. Mu Yu wanted to learn the power of a domain and the power of nature. Therefore, after he walked on the stone bridge, there was an area full of formation patterns. Shen Jizi's true domain was broad and profound. It was far from what Mu Yu could fully control at the moment. The crisscrossing iron chain bridge had been completely transformed into a straight path by Mu Yu. Needless to say, as long as he went through this path, he would be able to get out. Mu Yu did not hesitate to walk along the iron chain bridge. His figure gradually disappeared into the boundless fog. However, not long after he left, Gui Shiming suddenly appeared on the iron chain bridge. He looked around and looked at Mu Yu's gradually disappearing figure. He smiled coldly. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. A mass of black ghost energy appeared in Gui Shiming's hand. The black ghost energy wrapped around a skull. At this moment, it was gently swaying. A cyan dot was constantly pulsating, becoming weaker and weaker. Shen Jizi set up different opportunities for different people. Fortunately, we have Senior Gooey Shimming's soul tool. One of the ghosts looked at the soul tool in Gooey Shimming's hand with admiration. Generally speaking, it was impossible to go from one's own land of opportunity to another person's land of opportunity. However, Gooey Yezi was not an ordinary person. He had been studying the inheritance left behind by Daoist Shen Jizi for 5,000 years, and it was not just for show. Now you know why I didn't kill him immediately. Gooey Shimming coldly snorted and followed Mu Yu. Mu Yu walked along the iron chain bridge while comprehending the formation patterns of the entire domain. His hand gently touched the iron chain. His heart was clear. Black and white formation patterns appeared in his eyes. Then, the iron chain bridge trembled and two paths appeared in front of him. He smiled and turned to the right iron chain bridge and disappeared into the boundless fog. After a moment, Gooey Shimming also walked to the intersection. The soul tool in his hand showed a cyan light that indicated the left path. Gooey Shimming frowned. Just now, he clearly saw Mu Yu turn to the right iron chain bridge. However, why did the soul tool show Mu Yu's figure on the left? Is there a problem with the soul tool? One of the ghosts asked. Gooey Shimming's soul tool will not have a problem. Gooey Shimming said in a low voice. Then, should we go to the right or the left? The 6 ghosts floated around Gooey Shimming. Gooey Shimming pondered for a moment. This is Shen Jizi's domain of formation. What you see may not be true. Go to the left. Gooey Shimming stepped onto the left iron chain bridge. Mu Yu was still minding his own business. Every time he walked a certain distance, the iron chain bridge in front of him would diverge. The iron chain bridge would no longer be straight but would instead have an arc or even a bend. However, Mu Yu always knew which direction to go and did not hesitate when he encountered a fork. He had already walked continuously for 6 hours. Mu Yu's speed was not fast or slow. He always maintained a suitable speed. The iron chain bridge would also diverge in the range of Mu Yu's vision. Even when it diverged, it appeared very natural. There was no feeling of abruptness. Gooey Shimming followed the guidance of the soul tool. After walking a certain distance, he would always see Mu Yu's figure. After that, Mu Yu would turn to another path. The path that the soul tool was pointing to was always different from the path that Mu Yu had taken. This made him even more certain that what he saw was not true. The iron chain bridge in front of him once again split into 2 paths. Mu Yu's figure disappeared on the right iron chain bridge. When Gooey Shimming reached the fork, the soul tool pointed to the left as usual. Gooey Shimming felt a little strange. This domain of formation was beyond his understanding. Because this was not a place that was specially set up for him, he had no way of determining whether it was true or false. He could only rely on the guidance of the soul tool to chase after Mu Yu's footsteps. Since the soul tool was pointing to the left, then Gooey Shimming did not hesitate and stepped onto the middle iron chain bridge. But after walking a certain distance, he was shocked to find that the iron chain bridge that he was walking on had a break. It was just a break. The iron chain bridge in front of him had a break in the air. The iron chain seemed to have extended halfway and suddenly merged into the void. Even the wooden planks under his feet had disappeared. And in front of him was a vast expanse of white fog. There was no way out. What's going on? A ghost asked puzzledly. Gooey Shimming also felt that something was wrong. He had followed the soul tool's guidance all the way here. He was always able to see Mu Yu's figure. But just now, Mu Yu had clearly disappeared on this path. Why was there no trace of him now? What you see is not necessarily true. The soul tool is pointing to Mu Yu in front. It's definitely not wrong. Gooey Shimming walked to the break. If his guess was not wrong, the road in front should be invisible. He carefully stepped towards the break in front. He originally thought that he would be able to step on the invisible solid wooden planks. However, he did not expect that he would actually step on empty air. If he was not prepared, he was afraid that he would have directly fallen into the vast abyss below. In this place, one could not fly. Who knew what would happen if one fell down? But Gooey Shimming definitely did not think that it would be a fun thing to do. There really is no road in front, Gooey Shimming said in a deep voice. But the soul tool is pointing to Muyu in front. A ghost said. Gui Laochi, your souls can fly here. Go ahead and take a look at the situation. Then come back and tell me the situation. Gui Shiming said. One of the ghosts floated out and very quickly disappeared into the vast expanse of white fog. He only left for about a quarter of an hour before returning. He said, there is still an iron chain bridge in front. But it's split into two. Furthermore, I also saw that brat's figure. He disappeared on the left iron chain bridge in front. Strange. How did he go over there? A ghost asked. Gui Shiming felt that the situation was getting more and more fishy. His current situation was very awkward because he was the leader of the 7 sons. However, he could not move forward in this place. The other 6 ghosts could follow him. Right now, he had to make a decision. Should he let his 7 sons follow Muyu, or should they go back the way they came? The 6 of you go follow Muyu. Remember, if he goes to the left, you guys go to the right. Gui Shiming instructed. Then what about you? One of the ghosts asked. I'll take the soul tool and go back the way we came. I'll take the other road just now. After you guys follow Muyu out of this domain, I'll be able to follow your aura out. Gui Shiming took the soul tool and turned back. Chapter 632. The people of the Gate of Hell were trained in pairs since young. When the time came, the two would fight to the death, and the loser would become the tool of the other. This was called a twin. A person of the Gate of Hell originally only had one twin, but Gui Cherishing Life was clearly not a simple person, he actually had 6. Moreover, these 6 twins all had their own consciousness. Unlike the other twins who could only carry out orders unconditionally, this was quite abnormal. Gui Cherishing Life made his 6 twins chase after Muyu, while he himself took the soul tool and stepped on the other iron chain bridge. The 6 twins followed the iron chain bridge they saw just now, and quickly floated forward, and found the other end of the iron chain bridge. Gui Laochi just said that Muyu disappeared on the iron chain bridge on the left, so the 6 twins did not hesitate to choose the iron chain bridge on the right, and continued to move forward. Sure enough, after floating for a while, they saw Muyu slowly walking in front of them. They restrained the hostility in their hearts, and did not beat the grass to scare the snake. After following Muyu's footsteps for another half an hour, another fork appeared. Muyu stepped on the iron chain bridge on the right, and they stepped on the left this time. But this time it was very strange, because while they were floating, the iron chain bridge in front of them suddenly split into 3 paths, and Muyu's figure disappeared on the iron chain bridge in the middle. What's going on? Which path should we take now? Gui Laochi asked in a deep voice. There were 3 forks in the road, and Muyu took the middle road. According to the seeing is not believing method just now, they should choose a different path from Muyu, but at this moment, there were 2 different paths. It seems like we can only split up. Gui Laochi proposed. No, we have already separated from Gui Cherishing Life, we can't split up again. Gui Laochi shook his head and said. If we don't split up, then which path should we take? Gui Laochi asked. The iron chain bridge here was also very strange to the twins. They were surrounded by a vast expanse of white fog, and they couldn't see where the iron chain bridge led to. Gui Laro pondered for a moment, then said, we will split into 2 groups. Laro-san and Laro-sai, you 2 will follow me and take the left path. The others will take the right path. We are very familiar with each other's aura. Once we discover anything abnormal, we will retreat. After a pause, Gui Laro felt that he was too suspicious. No matter how powerful Muyu was, he was just a spirit-severing stage cultivator. The 6 twins all had body integration stage cultivation base. What could happen? Although Gui Shenyu had mentioned that Muyu's cultivation technique was very strange, Gui Han had relied on his absolute strength to trap Muyu back then. Thus, there was no need to worry too much. The 6 twins split into 2 groups and stepped onto the iron chain bridges on the left and right of the 3-way road at the same time. Soon, they disappeared into the iron chain bridges again. Not long after the 6 twins left, Muyu slowly turned back from the middle iron chain bridge. You guys didn't stay in your own place of opportunity, but still barged into my place of opportunity. I really have to properly entertain you guys. Mu Yu slightly smiled. Xiao Shuai leisurely laid on Mu Yu's shoulder. Let's prepare a few surprises for them. Surprises? Of course. Mu Yu's hand lightly drew an array pattern. The iron chain bridge on the middle road had already disappeared. He then stepped onto the iron chain bridge on the left. To deal with this kind of fellows, one had to separate them one by one, and then defeat them one by one. Gui Shiming frowned. The more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Because at this moment, the soul tool that Gui Shizi gave him actually indicated that Mu Yu was on this road. Just an hour ago, the soul armament was clearly pointing in a different direction. There's something strange about this place. Gui Shiming stopped. Just now, the iron chain bridge had cut off his path, so he had no choice but to choose to separate from his 6 twins. But the more he walked forward, the less he could sense the 6 twins. If he continued to walk, he might lose the aura of the other 6 twins. The Gate of Hell's battle strength relied heavily on the twins. Especially Gui Shiming, who had 6 twins. Losing the twins would have a great impact on him. But no matter how great the impact was, he was still a body fusion stage cultivator. Even if he faced Mu Yu alone, he still had the confidence to defeat Mu Yu. But the current situation was whether he should continue to follow the Soul Tool's instructions to find Mu Yu or return to call the 6 twins back. Gui Shiming pondered over and over again, and finally decided to continue forward. He needed to find Mu Yu. This time, he did not plan to secretly follow Mu Yu. Instead, he wanted to directly capture Mu Yu and force him to bring him out of this place of opportunity. He had just walked a few steps when he saw Mu Yu's figure in front of him. Mu Yu had been standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. You're a bit slow. Mu Yu lazily raised his head and looked at Gui Shiming. Gui Shiming stared at Mu Yu and said indifferently, "It seems that I still underestimated you. Have you been waiting for me?" Mu Yu leaned on the railing of the iron chain bridge, looked at the white fog in the distance, and said leisurely, "I'm very curious. Why didn't you stay in your own place of opportunity to comprehend your own opportunity? Why did you come to my place of opportunity?" Gui Shiming's purpose in coming to see Demon Royal City this time was not for the so-called opportunity at all. He was here for one thing. However, he did not want to tell Mu Yu. Instead, he replied, "I came to your place of opportunity to let you bring me out of this maze." "You're so sure that I'll bring you out of this maze?" Mu Yu looked at Gui Shiming with amusement. "You have no choice." Gui Shiming approached Mu Yu step by step. The powerful aura of the unification stage on his body suddenly covered Mu Yu. But when his imposing aura fell beside Mu Yu, a gust of wind suddenly blew through the white fog around them. That insufferably arrogant imposing aura was blown away like snowflakes, drifting outside the iron chain bridge and leaving in a leisurely manner. Gui Shiming's face sank. "It seems that I still have a choice," Mu Yu said unhurriedly. Gui Shiming suddenly exploded. He could not fly here, but even if he was running, his speed was still inconceivably fast. He directly rushed towards Mu Yu, wanting to grab Mu Yu. But he was not able to run more than a few steps. Because at this moment, the iron chain bridge around him had already begun to shake. The iron chain bridge in front of him suddenly disappeared, directly stepping on air. If he did not react quickly, he was afraid that he would directly fall into the endless abyss. Catcher. The wooden planks of the iron chain bridge had already cracked layer by layer. Like rotten wood, it extended from both ends to Gui Shiming's feet. Gui Shiming's face changed slightly. Suddenly, a strong suction force came from under his feet, wanting to suck him into the abyss. The soul armament in his hand trembled. Gui Shiming's soul armament emitted an incomparably tyrannical soul power, promptly stabilizing his body. "It's a pity that you didn't fall." Mu Yu shook his head. From the boundless white fog, countless iron chains suddenly jumped out, whistling as they slashed towards Gui Shiming. Gui Shiming's ghostly aura surged out from his body, sweeping away all of the iron chains. The iron chains smashed onto his body with a whirler sound, but they could not hurt him at all. All of them were blocked by him. "Is this all you've got?" Gui Shiming stepped on the soul armament under his feet. The soul armament did not let him fall, but it also made him unable to move. What about you? If you want to kill me, why don't you have a good time? Mu Yu could not hurt Gui Shiming, even with the help of the runes here. Gui Shiming's cultivation was too high. As you wish. Gui Shiming's eyes narrowed. His entire body followed the iron chain and jumped high up. The tip of his feet touched the iron chain, quickly approaching Mu Yu. Although he could not fly here, he could still borrow the strength of the iron chain, as nimble as the mortal world's Qinggong. The Mu Ling sword in Mu Yu's hand slashed. Countless vine leaves appeared and wrapped around the iron chain. Along the iron chain, Gui Shiming borrowed the strength of the iron chain. At the moment when Gui Shiming's foot landed, the vine leaves exuding a pure death aura wrapped around his foot. Gui Shiming had already been prepared for these strange vine leaves. He stiffly twisted his body in the air, and the soul armament in his hand blasted out soul power, smashing all the vine leaves. The souls on the demon island were not afraid of Mu Yu's death aura because they were not dead. Therefore, the soul power of the soul armament made Mu Yu helpless. Mu Yu moved the iron chain away from himself to prevent Gui Shiming from approaching again. The two people confronted each other in the air. No one made a move because they could not take each other down. You can actually control these iron chains. Gui Shiming was somewhat surprised. Like I said, this is the place of my opportunity. Once I obtain my opportunity, this place will be under my control. Mu Yu, through deduction, comprehended the opportunity that Daoist Master Shen Jizi arranged for him. As long as he followed the rules of the formation domain here, he would know how to control this opportunity. He used the iron chain bridge to create a fork in the road. In fact, it was all to confuse Gui Shiming. He knew that Gui Shiming was very difficult to deal with. His body was also quite strange. When he saw Gui Shiming's 6 twins through controlling this domain, he understood that he could not defeat Gui Shiming, so he designed them to separate. As for the 6 twins, Mu Yu had been arranging a maze for them to wander around. Gui Shiming thoughtfully nodded. So you also know how to get out? I know, but I will not tell you. Mu Yu simply said. Gui Shiming coldly smiled. I don't need you to tell me, I just need you to know. A monstrous ghost fog spread out from his body, and instantly enveloped Mu Yu. This ghost fog was contaminated with soul power in order to deal with Mu Yu's pure death aura. Gui Shiming had already floated and landed in front of Mu Yu. He can actually fly. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows, and the formation under his feet flashed. He had already teleported, but the surrounding ghost aura blocked him. If I don't act, do you really think I am as stupid as the others? You want to deceive me with this kind of insignificant skill? Gui Shiming faintly smiled. Chapter 633. Mu Yu was once again trapped in the thick ghost fog. All of Gui Shiming's actions just now were just a pretense. He just wanted to take the opportunity to trap Mu Yu. This was a land of opportunity, it had its own domain rules. Mu Yu had deduced these rules and could reasonably use them, but Gui Shiming did not understand this domain at all. He could actually violate the rules here. Do you want to know why I was not affected by your land of opportunity? Gui Shiming floated in the air and looked down at Mu Yu. His tone was full of ridicule and a sense of superiority. He thought that Mu Yu would be very surprised, but Mu Yu's reaction was very calm. I don't want to know. Mu Yu simply said. Mu Yu never expected to be able to easily trap Gui Shi. There was a Gui Xiao within the ghost sect. This guy was very famous when he was alive. Although he was forced to guard this island after his death, his methods were very powerful. He was able to secretly guide the other ghost sect members to smoothly come to this demon island. How could he be so simple? After the people from the Gate of Hell came to this island, they began to hide. There was definitely something fishy going on. Before entering the Sea Demon King city, Gui Shiming must have told Gui Shiming a lot of things he had investigated. Otherwise, how could Gui Shiming come to Mu Yu's land of opportunity? Gui Shiming did not expect Mu Yu to respond like this. He clenched his hand and the ghost fog around him was gathered together and condensed into a long scarlet axe. The axe exuded a strong smell of blood, revealing a ferocious murderous aura. Perhaps the number of resentful souls that died under this axe was countless. I'll give you one more chance. Take me out of this domain immediately, or I'll kill you and control your soul to get out of this domain. Gui Pei Ming's long axe streaked across the sky with a red light, enchanting and biting cold. There is only one way to get out, and with your character, you won't try it. Mu Yu stretched out his hand and gently brushed away the ghost fog. His body flashed with a faint white light. This white light was fleeting, but always able to timely sweep away all the ghost fog. Tell me about it. Gui Shiming pointed his axe at Mu Yu. Blood was about to drip down from the edge of the axe, but the blood circled around the blade and did not drip down. Repent. Mu Yu mockingly looked at Gui, cherishing his life. Gui Pai Ming did not get angry. Instead, he sneered and said, repentance. Every time I kill someone, I am repentance. It is through repentance that I obtained my cultivation. Killing and repenting, I won't leave either one behind. This is the difference between you and me, Mu Yu said. The difference between us is that I can kill you. Gui Pai Ming couldn't understand what Mu Yu was talking about. His face showed a trace of ridicule. The long axe in his hand was raised high. With endless killing intent, he chopped down at Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't dodge. He didn't even move. It was as if he had given up on resisting and allowed Gui Pei Ming to chop him in half. Kai. There was no blood splattering. Mu Yu's figure was like a piece of paper. He was cut in half by the long axe dripping with blood. A white light appeared at the cut and quickly repaired all the wounds. What? Gui Pai Ming was shocked. He looked at the calm Mu Yu and found it hard to believe. His opponent was clearly chopped in half by him, but at the critical moment, he was restored to his original state. This was really puzzling. Do you know what Daoist Master Xian Jizi's domain is? Mu Yu asked with interest. Daoist Master Xian Jizi was a person who comprehended a domain. His domain was to prevent things from being forcibly changed, including human life. Gui Pai Ming coldly snorted, I don't care what Daoist Master Xian Jizi's domain is. I only know that you will die today. The long axe's blood qi overflowed and once again smashed towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu stood on the iron chain bridge and looked at the area shrouded in Gui Pai Ming's ghost qi. Gui Pai Ming was trying to kill Mu Yu by any means possible. However, Gui Pai Ming didn't know that this land of opportunity had long been completely controlled by Mu Yu. He was the real Mu Yu here. When do you think he'll realize that the person he's trying to kill is actually just an illusion created by an array pattern? Xiao Shuai laughed. I hope he and the other 6 twins have fun here. Mu Yu also laughed, and the other 6 twins who cherished their lives also angrily wanted to kill the illusion he had created. How are we going to get out of this land of opportunity? Xiao Shuai asked curiously. Mu Yu just laughed and walked along the iron chain bridge behind him. Soon, he disappeared from the iron chain bridge. However, not long after Mu Yu left, ghost qi gushed out from the place where Mu Yu was standing and gradually turned into the appearance of Gui Pai Ming. Gui, cherishing life, looked coldly at the ghost qi that he had created in the distance. Another Gui cherishing life was killing the wooden feather illusion that was created by the formation pattern. Mu Yu, do you really think I can't see that it's just an illusion created by an array pattern? Since you want to play so much, then let's play to our heart's content. Gui Pai Ming smiled sinisterly and then turned into ghost qi again and disappeared. The demon island was divided into 2 halves by the demarcation line. The east side was the territory of the souls of the human race and the west side was the territory of the souls of the demon race. The Sea Demon King city was located in the east side. The subduing demon pagoda that sealed the Sea Demon King Yujiang was originally located in the center of the demon island. It was the territory of the human race but was seized by the demon race. Therefore, the human race had always wanted to take it back. At this moment, it was already late at night. The bright moon illuminated the entire sky. Long Xingyun and the others stood under the subduing demon pagoda and looked at the glowing green pagoda in amazement. Although this pagoda belonged to the human race, it was able to seal the Sea Demon King Yujiang inside. Even Long Xingyun, who looked down on the human race, had to admit that this pagoda was powerful. Boss Lu and the others were also here. Their holy road originally led to the human race's territory, but after realizing the current situation on the Demon Island, Seahorse Dowdow chased after them and opened up another path for them to the west side of the Demon Island. Therefore, they were delayed for a few days. Young Master Xingyun, did you really not see Qiao Shui? Boss Lu asked in a deep voice. Long Xingyun and the others looked at each other and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Then Long Xingyun replied, we saw Qiao Shui and Mu Yu together, but then we encountered the mermaid demon. That kid actually abandoned Qiao Shui and ran away alone. Qiao Shui was also taken away by the mermaid demon. Impossible, Mu Yu would never abandon Qiao Shui. Boss Lu shook his head and said. Boss Lu knew that Mu Yu had given his teleportation jade to Qiao Shui in the second layer of heaven, allowing Qiao Shui and the White Ape Demon King to leave the second layer of heaven. This alone was enough to prove that Mu Yu would not do such a thing. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Boss Lu, you must always remember that you are a demon and Mu Yu is not. Long Yeli snorted coldly. Boss Lu was very angry. He vaguely guessed that Qiao Shui's disappearance was related to Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun had always coveted the true dragon bloodline. Now that Long Ting was by Mu Yu's side and Qiao Shui and Mu Yu had a special relationship, if Qiao Shui was by his side, Qiao Shui would definitely stop Long Xingyun from doing anything to Mu Yu. Boss Lu wanted to reprimand Long Xingyun's ambition, but he was not a subordinate of the Azure Dragon King. Long Xingyun's status in the Azure Dragon dynasty was very high and he could not afford to offend him. Qiao Shui will be fine. Boss Lu, I think you should study this Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda and tell us how to enter it. How to save the Siren King, Long Xingyun said in a commanding tone. He had become the backbone of the demon race here. Boss Lu swallowed his anger and did not refute. He had been seriously injured by Gui Yeming and had not recovered yet. Without his cultivation, he was not a demon of the Azure Dragon dynasty, so Long Xingyun did not take him seriously. There were 6 leaders of the demon race. Other than the Bull Demon King who had lost to Mu Yu, there was also the Tyrant Whale, the Wild Water Shark, the 9-headed Cloudbug, the Sea-shaking Violet Snake, and the Lightning White Gull. Our souls can't get close to the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. We've studied this pagoda for thousands of years and still can't figure out its secrets. It's up to you juniors. The Bull Demon King patted Boss Lu's shoulder. I'm not your junior. I've said enough. I'm from the same generation as you. I'm older than you. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Boss Lu was annoyed. The Bull Demon King scratched the back of his head innocently. I forgot about that again. Sorry, you were in the second layer of heaven. We didn't visit each other, did we? Boss Lu could not be bothered with the Bull Demon King. He approached the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. This pagoda could not be seen during the day. It could only be seen at night. The green light shone on him, making him feel as if his injuries were slowly healing. Boss Lu circled around the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda and carefully touched the glowing green pagoda. There was a force condensed on the pagoda that rejected him. He shook his head and said, "This is the power of a realm. We can't open it with our abilities. Only monsters at the level of Lord White Ape can resist the power of a realm. Is there no other way?" Long Xingyun was not satisfied with this answer. Boss Lu stroked his beard and his eyes shone. To open this pagoda, we need the power of Formation Master Shen Jizi of the human race. But according to you, this force is sealed in the Sea Demon King City. We know all this. Can you tell us something we don't know? Long Xingyun said impatiently. Boss Lu was not happy with Long Xingyun's tone, but he held back his anger and said, "Lord White Ape left me something before he left. It can help the Sea Demon King escape. But we have to discuss with the human race how to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda." Discuss with the human race? In your dreams? Long Xingyun snorted. He had always looked down on the human race. He thought the human race dominated the 3 continents only because of luck. Boss Lu said, "The Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda is not just used to seal the Sea Demon King. We can only get what we want by cooperating with the humans. The White Azure ancestor said that we came here not just for the Siren King." Long Xingyun frowned. What other secrets does the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda have? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Chapter 634. A gentle breeze blew past and the iron chain bridge made a rustling sound. There was no iron chain bridge in front of Mu Yu, but every time he took a step forward, an iron chain bridge and wooden planks would extend out from under his feet. That guy seems to be a bit smarter than the few Japanese people we've met before. Little Shuai looked back from time to time. His IQ is indeed higher than the other Japanese people, but no matter how powerful he is, it's useless. In my land of opportunity, all the roads are created by me. Mu Yu gently stepped on the iron chain bridge in front of him and the iron chain bridge in front of him began to split apart, and Mu Yu directly turned to the iron chain bridge on the right. Let's leave this place. Little Shuai found that Gui Shiming behind him was like a dogskin plaster that he couldn't shake off no matter what, and was a little impatient. If we leave now, he will also find a way to leave. I don't have the confidence to defeat him outside. Mu Yu shook his head and said, "This is his land of opportunity." Mu Yu used his own comprehension to deduce the rules here, and has already grasped how to use the power of nature. He also vaguely touched the threshold of the field of array techniques, which is a very terrifying achievement, because the power of domain can only be controlled by great ascension stage cultivators, and Mu Yu is now only a spirit-severing stage cultivator. This is already quite a rare heaven-defying talent in the cultivation world. Camouflage doesn't work on that guy, then what should we do? Long Tung yawned. Mu Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and smiled. Who said that camouflage doesn't work on that guy? He once again stepped on two iron chain bridges and disappeared on the iron chain bridge on the left. Not a moment later, Gui Shiming also appeared at the fork. He looked at Mu Yu's back as he walked on the iron chain bridge on the left. According to his experience of tracking Mu Yu, when Mu Yu's figure disappeared on a road, the soul tool would definitely point to another road. But this time, the soul tool directly pointed to the iron chain bridge on the left, which is obviously a bit wrong. Gui Piming narrowed his eyes. The reason why he was still restraining himself from killing Mu Yu was because he did not know how to leave. As long as he stared at Mu Yu's figure and continued to waste time with Mu Yu, he believed that Mu Yu would definitely reveal the way out. After a moment of thought, he finally decided to take the left bridge and follow the guidance of the soul armament to track down Mu Yu. However, a wisp of ghostly aura separated from his body and rushed towards the right bridge. Gui, cherishing his life, was actually very suspicious. He always knew that Mu Yu was misleading the way forward. Therefore, every time he encountered a fork, he would release a wave of ghost chi. At this moment, he had already released countless ghost chi. Almost all the roads that Mu Yu had created had been walked once. However, after another hour, Gui Zhenming's pupils suddenly shrank and his face turned gloomy. Because he once again saw the ghostly fog from before. Inside, he used the ghost fog to create himself, and he was trying his best to kill the Mu Yu created by the formation patterns. Have I reached the starting point? Gui, cherishing his life, frowned. He looked at the soul tool in his hand and discovered that the soul tool was still pointing to Mu Yu to walk in front. He hesitated for a long time and continued to walk forward. This time, there was no turning and no fork. After walking for an hour, he once again saw the ghostly fog that he had created, and the soul tool was still pointing to Mu Yu to be in front. Gui, cherishing his life, clenched his fist. He did not expect that he would still fall into Mu Yu's trap even though he was so careful. Ha ha. Deadwood Daddy's mirror image array had trapped me for a long time. Mu Yu laughed from the side. Mu Yu had already secretly set up the mirror image array while walking. No matter where the mirror image array went, it would eventually return to the starting point. Mu Yu made use of Gui cherishing his life's suspicious nature and deliberately lured him into his mirror image array. Otherwise, it would be impossible to shake him off. As for why Gui cherishing his life's soul tool kept pointing to the front, that was because Mu Yu was just outside the mirror image array. No matter where Gui cherishing his life walked, the mirror image array would always point to the front. So the soul tool would not make a mistake. Alright, let's go out. Mu Yu clapped his hands and turned around to set up another mirror image array. Then he jumped into the endless white abyss. The way out was actually under their feet. But because they could not fly here, everyone was afraid of falling to their deaths. Little did they know that falling down was the way out. The mountain wind blew fiercely on his body. Mu Yu's body quickly fell. Then his entire body seemed to jump into water. A ripple appeared in the air. Waves of ripples flashed and Mu Yu stepped on solid ground. He turned around and looked behind him. Behind him was still that crisscrossing stone bridge. But Mu Yu had already crossed this bridge. He couldn't help but admire Daoist Master Xian Jizi's methods. Daoist Master Xian Jizi already knew that only humans could enter Sea Demon King City. So he set up different places of opportunity for different people. That was a kind of test, but also a kind of opportunity. Whether one could cherish it or not depended on themselves. After crossing the stone bridge, what came into view was that magnificent palace. Sea Demon King's palace was luxurious but dignified. Compared to the human emperor's palace, it had a trace of calmness and grandeur. Even after so many years, the passage of time did not seem to have left any mark on it. But there were still tall and sturdy stone pillars around the palace. After walking closer, he discovered that these pillars were made of a kind of volcanic rock from the bottom of the sea. There was still some rock mud left on top of them. The statues of cultivators on top of these 8 pillars looked mighty and overbearing. They were definitely placed there by Daoist Master Xian Jizi. But he didn't know what mysteries these stone pillars had. Mu Yu slowly walked to the bottom of the stone pillars and sized up the carvings on top of the stone pillars. He discovered that these were the inscriptions that he was familiar with. There were inscriptions rippling in the surroundings. The white inscriptions flowed between the stone pillars like a stream of water. Every inscription was the source and destination of this stream of water. Strictly speaking, the inscriptions used to set up the formation didn't have any specific meaning. The meaning they represented had to be understood by oneself. So if Mu Yu wanted to decipher these inscriptions, he had to use his own way of understanding to deduce the entire formation. Mu Yu stretched his hand forward. Those white inscriptions didn't obstruct him. Instead, they allowed him to enter directly. But just as he went around the stone pillars, the palace in front of him suddenly disappeared. Instead, it turned into a vast ocean. Mu Yu's entire body was already standing in midair. Densely packed cultivators were all around him. There were countless of them, and they were confronting a large group of demon race clansmen below. Mu Yu was shocked. He looked at these figures vigilantly. But whether it was cultivators or demon race clansmen, none of them seemed to have discovered Mu Yu, who had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Only then did Mu Yu realize that what was in front of him was an illusion formation. Demon race and human race. This is an ancient battlefield from several thousand years ago. Mu Yu was shocked. Several thousand years ago, in order to defeat the Demon King, the human race led the cultivators to charge into the territory of the Sea Demon King, Yu Jiang. They engaged in a desperate battle with the Sea Demon King. Both the human race and the demon race were extremely valiant races. There was no need to think about it to know how tragic this battle was. And right before his eyes was the scene of the great battle between the human race and the demon race. Beside Mu Yu stood a white-clothed old man with fluttering hair and beard. Even though he knew that this was an image from 5,000 years ago, Mu Yu could still feel a godlike majesty from this white-clothed old man. Standing there, it was as if he had formed a world of his own, and all living things in the world were gathered around him. Mu Yu even suspected that this white-clothed old man in front of him could cause a huge change in the wind and clouds with a wave of his hand, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Is this Daoist Master Xian Jizi? Mu Yu was extremely shocked. Back then, when they attacked the Sea Demon King, Yu Jiang, the one who led the human race to battle was this Daoist Master Xian Jizi. At this moment, he was accompanied by Helian Kong, Gui Shizi, Bo Hong, and Mu Mengfei, 4 tribulation passing stage experts. These 4 people's expressions were extremely solemn as they vigilantly looked at the middle-aged man who was walking on the waves below. Sea Demon King, Yu Jiang. Mu Yu had never seen the Sea Demon King before, but he definitely wouldn't have mistaken him for someone else. This was because the Sea Demon King's aura was like the sun at noon, and it was as if it could cause the entire ocean to circulate. This was a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and a square face. He was wearing a green robe, and he stood there like a Confucian scholar. However, the domineering aura emitted from his every movement was something that couldn't be underestimated. The waves beneath his feet surged for 1,000 miles, and they had already taken on a different form. They emitted a blue radiance, and they were sparkling and translucent like sapphires. "Shen Jizi, did you human race really go back on your word?" the Sea Demon King asked coldly. His voice was like a muffled thunderclap, and it reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to feel uneasy. Daoist Master Shen Jizi said calmly, "It's you demon race that crossed the line. You should know what the consequences of doing so are." Daoist Master Shen Jizi's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. His imposing aura wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Sea Demon King's. "You human race don't want to resist, but you won't allow us demon race to resist." The Sea Demon King's face revealed boundless anger. A trace of determination appeared in Daoist Master Shen Jizi's eyes, as if he was deeply afraid of something. He shouted, "Could it be that you still haven't learned your lesson from the changes in the second heaven?" White Ape's actions led to the destruction of the entire second heaven. "We can't allow you to bring destruction to the third heaven." Enough nonsense. At the very least, we don't want to live in ignorance for the rest of our lives. Since you want to interfere with our way of doing things, then we have nothing to discuss. The Sea Demon King waved his hand, and all kinds of demon race members jumped out of the seawater. Killer whales, white sharks, octopuses. Every demon beast transformed into a powerful physique, and they madly shouted as they charged towards the cultivators. Daoist Master Shen Jizi also waved his hand, and all of the cultivators roared loudly as they raised the magic treasures in their hands, and they charged down without fear of death. Multicolored light filled the sky, and the waves surged to the heavens. The battle between the cultivators and the demon race members was extremely bitter, and the air was filled with an endless stench of blood. A terrifying battle had already begun, and blood splashed everywhere. Severed limbs and minced meat floated on the surface of the sea, dyeing the entire sea red. However, Daoist Master Shen Jizi and the Sea Demon King, who were in the center of the battlefield, were towering and unmoving. They stared fixedly at each other, and the imposing aura on their bodies continuously rose. The air seemed to have become fidgety, and the seawater within a radius of 100 miles stopped flowing. Chapter 635. There were originally several white clouds floating in the sky, but when the white clouds drifted to this region, they were suddenly scattered by a surging aura. The Sea Goblin King Yu Jiang's powerful aura soared into the sky, and the waves soared into the sky. They turned into many thick water pillars that surged toward Shen Jizi. Controlling water wasn't an ability unique to Shui Yuming, and the sea goblins that lived in the sea more or less knew how to control water, let alone the Sea Goblin King Yu Jiang. These water pillars contained a majestic aura, and every splash seemed like a sharp blade. They trembled in the air and turned toward Shen Jizi from all kinds of tricky angles. Shen Jizi just waved his hand, and a majestic formation pattern rippled out from his body. The formation pattern surged forward, and it seemed like a transparent barrier suddenly opened. With him as the center, it turned the whole domain around him into his own. This powerful force was the formation domain. All methods returned to origin. Shen Jizi suddenly shouted, and the formation pattern rippled in the whole domain. It rose and fell, and engulfed all of the water pillars that surged toward him. The water pillars were shaken off by the rippling formation pattern, and the Sea Goblin King's demonic power within them turned into the most primitive water droplets that scattered. They instantly turned into a vast ocean, and a curtain of water that covered the sky poured down from the sky. Shen Jizi's formation domain made everything return to its origin, and it couldn't be forcefully changed. The Sea Demon King took a step forward, and a white ruler appeared in his hand. The white ruler instantly became 10,000 feet long, and a vigorous might swept out from it. It actually forcefully created a hole in Reverend Shen Jizi's formation technique domain. Shen Jizi moved his hand, and the formation pattern turned into a sky full of flying feathers, and they carried a terrifying destructive power as they bombarded the Sea Goblin King. Those flying feathers were as thin as hair, but they seemed to shatter the void, and they left behind a sharp whistling sound in the air. Sea calming thousand ruler, my master rises and falls. The sea goblin king shouted in a deep voice, and a blue demonic power spread out from the sea calming thousand ruler. The air seemed to become viscous, and the void around the sea goblin king became like the water in the deep sea. Xian Jiz's sky full of flying feathers bombarded, but it seemed like they shot into the sea, and the sea's powerful resistance completely blocked the power of the feathers. Sea demon king Yu Jiang's domain, my lord rises and falls. Creating a deep sea current in the surroundings, all the sharp weapons attacking him would be neutralized by the strong resistance of the seawater, and would be turned to break all methods. It was a powerful defensive domain, which was very advantageous in battle. The two powerful domains collided with each other, sealing off the entire sea within a radius of several hundred miles. The seawater evaporated, revealing deep trenches at the bottom of the sea. Their majestic auras actually separated the seawater, preventing it from condensing back together. Mu Yu stood at the side and observed the battle between Reverend Xian Jizi and the sea demon king Yu Jiang. The two supreme beings fought in the air, and the power of their domains was like a mighty mountain pressing down on Mu Yu's heart, making him seem so petty. Daoist Master Xian Jizi and the sea demon king Yu Jiang were both very powerful existences. Their cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of perfection, and they stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Although the battle 5,000 years ago was only an image, it allowed Mu Yu to enter its realm. Every single ripple produced by the exchange of blows shook Mu Yu's mind. I've always thought that the younger generation should know about this battle. After all, this is a conflict between the demon race and the human race. The humans here fought to the death for the sake of this world, so they shouldn't be so obscure. A voice full of vicissitudes sounded in Mu Yu's ears. Mu Yu was slightly startled. He turned his head, only to discover that Reverend Xian Jizi had been standing beside him since who knew when. You are the first cultivator to come here in 5,000 years. Reverend Xian Jizi looked at Mu Yu indifferently. Senior, you. Mu Yu looked at Reverend Xian Jizi in bewilderment. The Reverend Xian Jizi in front of him was so real. He stood there, forming a world of his own. This is a remnant of my consciousness, sealed within this formation. You don't need to think too much about it. As if to dispel Mu Yu's doubts, Reverend Xian Jizi replied. Sealing one's own consciousness within a formation was a heaven-defying ability. Even as the head of the formation glyph school, Mu Yu didn't dare say that he could do this. You have a lot of doubts. Tell me. Reverend Xian Jizi waved his hand. The formation veins in front of him surged, and all the images disappeared. Mu Yu once again stood on solid ground. Behind him were the tall stone pillars. Mu Yu did indeed have a lot of doubts, but he didn't know where to start. He sorted out his thoughts and first introduced himself. Senior, this one is Mu Yu. Please don't take offense at my intrusion. Reverend Xian Jizi sized up Mu Yu and nodded lightly. You possess the primordial yin and yang. It seems that the formation glyph school has finally resolved their differences, and only one person can be the head of the school. Mu Yu blushed with shame. He didn't know how to explain this. The current formation glyph school was no longer the same as before. It was no longer as prosperous as before. Mu Yu was able to become the head of the formation glyph school by chance. Senior, you said that the humans on the island died in battle for this world. I don't understand one thing. Why must humans and demons fight? What unforgivable thing did the Demon King do to make you pay such a huge price to seal him? Mu Yu asked, confused. Reverend Xian Jizi was silent for a moment. Then, he sighed. In order for this world to not repeat its mistakes, the destruction of the second layer of heaven was a lesson. Why was the second layer of heaven destroyed? Mu Yu still didn't understand. He had been to the second layer of heaven before. It was a barren wasteland. Only powerful demons roamed freely. Whether it was humans, demons, or human, they had all been wiped out. The earth-human that Mu Yu had seen in the second layer of heaven was actually moved there from the third layer of heaven in order to use the boundless spiritual chi of the second layer of heaven to quickly recover. The second layer of heaven was once said to be dominated by demons. The human territory was relatively smaller. However, later on, It seemed to have been cleansed by some terrifying thing. All the races were wiped out, and only demons remained. Reverend Shen Jizzy said, "The demons destroyed the balance of the second layer of heaven and crossed the bottom line of some powerful existences. As a result, they paid the price in blood." Mu Yu was shocked. Who has such a powerful ability? To be able to wipe out the entire second layer of heaven? Reverend Shen Jizzy didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared blankly at the Sea Demon King's palace in the distance, as if he was recalling some past events. A trace of melancholy appeared in his weather-beaten eyes. "This world is never as simple as it seems. We just have to be ourselves," Reverend Shen Jizzy said slowly, as if he didn't want to tell the truth. "Then why did you tell Senior Helion Kong that the Demon King had to be born?" Mu Yu didn't ask any further. Most of the time, knowing too much would only add to one's troubles. "The Demon King is born so that the balance of this world won't be broken," Reverend Shen Jizzy said. Mu Yu still couldn't understand. Reverend Shen Jizzy didn't intend to explain in detail. He continued, "I recorded this battle in hopes that the cultivation world won't forget the heroic souls on this island. They died in battle for the sake of this world, but they couldn't leave this island. I hope that the younger generation will remember their contributions. Senior, we juniors don't know why the conflict between humans and demons broke out in the first place. No matter how desperate the battle was on this island, no one would remember it. This video alone can't prove anything," Mu Yu said sincerely. "If it weren't for the people from the Gate of Hell racking their brains to come to this island, the cultivation world would have long forgotten about the existence of these souls." Reverend Shen Jizzy was silent. "After a long time," he said, "the power to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda has been sealed in this palace by me. If you want to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda and break the shackles of this island, you must obtain my approval. Since you're the sect master of the Formation Glyph sect, I'll remind you of something. Don't be disloyal." Reverend Shen Jizzy's figure turned into ripples and gradually dissipated. At this moment, a layer of white fog once again enveloped the surroundings, covering the Sea Demon King's palace. Only a blurry outline could be seen. "Don't be disloyal. Don't be disloyal. What does that mean?" Mu Yu pondered this sentence in confusion. However, he didn't understand the meaning of this plan at all. Mu Yu was still thinking about this sentence when he suddenly sensed danger approaching. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and scattered. At the same time, a majestic ghost aura exploded where Mu Yu had just been standing. Gui Shiren actually walked out of Mu Yu's place of opportunity. "Boy, your reaction is quite fast." Gui Shiren's expression was very unsightly. Anyone who was trapped in the mirror image array would be endlessly annoyed. This was because no matter how they walked, they were still going in circles. After entering Mu Yu's place of opportunity, Gui Shiren had been constantly scheming against Mu Yu. He had been dealing with Mu Yu and knew Mu Yu's whereabouts like the back of his hand. However, in the end, Mu Yu was one step ahead and made a fool of him. If it wasn't for the soul tool that Gui Shiren gave him, Gui Shiren might not have been able to walk out of Mu Yu's mirror image array. The corner of Mu Yu's mouth curled up. "The speed at which you came out is a bit disappointing. I originally had higher expectations for you." The mirror image array was very ingenious. However, Mu Yu didn't expect this array to be able to trap Gui Shiren for long. After Mu Yu left the place of opportunity, Gui Shiren would actually be able to see through his flaws. This was because the soul tool in Gui Shiren's hand had always been pointing towards Mu Yu's direction. When Mu Yu left the place of opportunity, the direction of the soul tool would change. As long as Gui Shiren speculated a little, he would be able to know where Mu Yu was at the moment. He would also know that jumping off the iron chain bridge was actually the way out of the place of opportunity. "Originally, I thought that keeping your life might be useful. However, since we're already here, then I don't need you anymore." The blood-red long axe appeared in Gui Shiren's hand once again. The long axe emitted a pungent smell of blood. At the same time, 6 ghost shadows appeared around him. They were his 6 twins. Chapter 636. With regards to the threat of death, Mu Yu had already heard it 1,000 times. He had always had the attitude that everyone was doing well when dealing with people, but because of various helpless reasons, he had always attracted a fatal disaster. What a hateful guy. Mu Yu was extremely annoyed with the people from the Gate of Hell. When they met, it was as if Mu Yu had killed their parents, as if they had an irreconcilable enmity. If they weren't holding ghost banners, ghost scythes, they were holding ghost axes, and then they would find a bunch of Japanese people to help them. It was simply too tiresome. While he was thinking, a gloomy ghostly aura arrived. Countless tree branches suddenly appeared under Mu Yu's feet. Pure death aura welcomed the ghostly aura and sucked away all the ghostly aura. When fighting with the people from the Gate of Hell, the mutated Mu Ling was Mu Yu's strongest reliance. Gui Zhenming's attack didn't hit, but he didn't rashly attack again. There were already many people from the Gate of Hell who had died at the hands of Mu Yu. His attack was just a test to prove that Mu Yu really had the ability to restrain the Gate of Hell's techniques. So Gui Han was right. Against you, I really can't use ordinary methods. Gui Zhenming coldly looked at the tree branches surrounding Mu Yu. Those tree branches were even more terrifying than the ghostly aura on his body. The spiritual energy of the people from the Gate of Hell was different from that of ordinary self-cultivators. Their spiritual energy was mixed with ghostly aura. It might be useful against other self-cultivators, but it wouldn't work against Mu Yu. Back then, Gui Han and the others had stripped off the ghostly aura on their bodies and used the most primitive spiritual energy to trap Mu Yu. Using the primitive spiritual energy of the body fusion stage to deal with Mu Ling, they wouldn't encounter the problem of being restrained. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Mu Yu said simply. No matter how powerful Gui Zhenming was, he was only one person. When Gui Han had trapped Mu Yu, he had brought 4 or 5 body fusion stage people from the Gate of Hell. Ghosts cherished their lives. Even if they had so many twins, it would be useless. Because twins were souls, they would be suppressed by Mu Ling. The tree branches swayed in the air, wrapping around Gui Shi from different angles. The formation patterns flickered, and awe-inspiring sword chi surged out from the tree branches. But Gui Zieming only sneered. The soul armament given to him by the Gui Yezi began to glow with a white light that enveloped Gui Zieming and his twins. The soul power emitted by the Demon Island's soul tools would not be restrained by Mu Ling. Rip! All of the tree branches were instantly destroyed by Gui Piming. The ghostly aura he emitted was actually mixed with a steady white soul force. This soul force allowed him to face the tree branches without any fear. Damn it! It's soul power. Mu Yu looked at the black and white twins and frowned. His sword chi surged, but it was blocked by Gui Zieming's long axe. He had no choice but to keep dodging. However, Gui Zieming, who had nothing to worry about, was still a body fusion stage cultivator. His speed was too fast. Mu Yu relied on the Big Dipper constellation formation to barely dodge the opponent's attacks. If he did not have Mu Ling and his formation skills, he would have been defeated long ago. Little handsome, Long Teng, come out and work. Mu Yu shouted and pulled back his shadow clone sword from the void. Got it. 5 thunders to serve them. Little Handsome's mysterious thunder fall. Little Handsome had already jumped out. The wind heart linking formation spread out under Mu Yu's feet and enveloped Little Handsome. Little Handsome put one hand on his waist and pointed to the sky. A blue thunder sword soared from his small hand and illuminated the whole sky. Lightning flashed in between. What was originally a vast expanse of white fog suddenly condensed into a thundercloud. Tyrannical electric sparks rolled and crackled with Little Commander's thunder sword as the center. All the hair on Little Handsome's body stood up, but the chi on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Wind dragon vine howling sky. Long Ting also turned into a ray of light from Mu Yu's hand and flashed out. Its body instantly swelled several times, like a proud sword, faintly rippling in the air. Tyrannical sword chi circulated around Long Teng's body. Long Teng's chi was getting stronger and stronger. Then, a breath shot out. That terrifying breath turned into sharp swords in the air and surrounded Little Handsome's blue thunder sword. In an instant, Little Handsome's blue thunder sword was cut into 5 pieces. At this moment, Mu Yu's formation patterns also started to surge, enveloping the 5 pieces of thunder sword intent. Gui Zieming's heart jumped. He actually smelled the scent of danger. But at the same time, he was convinced that he was being overly suspicious. Although thunder was also the nemesis of Ghost Qi, he was not an ordinary person from the gate of hell. How could a person with 6 twins be so simple? Each of the twins wielded their own ghostly artifacts and surrounded Mu Yu from different directions. At this moment, the 5 pieces of thunder sword intent had already been compressed by Mu Yu into 5 blue pearls. Surging thunder and lightning filled the air. A destructive qi was leaping. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword flicked towards one of the blue thunder pearls. The sword tip was like a fuse, detonating the compressed thunder and lightning. That thunder and lightning was like a volcanic eruption. After being suppressed for a long time, it was finally released. The powerful thunder and lightning power exploded. The shadow clone sword shone brightly, directing all the explosive thunder and lightning power towards the twins that were pouncing towards Mu Yu. Thunder and lightning symbolized the righteousness of the world. It was used to punish evil beings. The tyrannical thunder and lightning instantly transformed into countless sword shapes. Each sword shape was like a thunder snake that was leaping non-stop, welcoming the twins. Retreat. Gui Zieming's complexion slightly changed. He didn't expect Mu Yu, a severed soul stage cultivator, to be able to display the power of thunder and lightning to this extent. Just by relying on the earth-shattering thunder sword, his twins wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter how strong they were. All the twins in a split second turned into a shadow and merged into Gui Zieming's body. The blood-colored long axe in Gui Zieming's hand flew out. Dense soul power covered the blood-colored long axe and forcibly received all the thunder and lightning power. Gui Zieming pulled back and gloomily looked at Mu Yu from afar. From time to time, electric sparks would flow all over his body. But in the blink of an eye, they were extinguished by him. He didn't expect that he, a dignified body fusion stage cultivator, would actually feel threatened by a severed soul stage cultivator. This is just one thunder pearl, and you can't stand it. There were still 4 thunder pearls circulating around Mu Yu. At the beginning, using 5 thunders put a lot of burden on Mu Yu. But after practicing a few times, he already understood how to master this self-created technique. Because Xiao Shuai's skin was thick, he deliberately transferred all the thunder and lightning pressure to Xiao Shuai. It could be said that the core of this technique was Xiao Shuai and not him. Gui Zieming's complexion was gloomy. Mu Yu used all kinds of strange techniques to restrain people from the gate of hell. This thunder and lightning power was too overbearing. Even with the support of soul power, he didn't dare to injure his twins. Thinking about the use of his twins, Gui Zieming frowned. It wasn't a coincidence that he had 6 twins. The use of these 6 twins wasn't just to assist him in battle. Maybe Gui Zieming wouldn't lose to Mu Yu, but he would also consume a lot of energy. The purpose of this trip was not only to kill Mu Yu, but also to... Gui Zieming turned to look at the distant Sea Demon King's palace shrouded in white fog. Above the palace, there was a simple and profound seal exuding a tyrannical aura that surrounded the entire palace. The Sea Demon King's palace was as silent as a crouching tiger, but it contained a huge momentum and supreme majesty. But at this time, the entire Demon Island suddenly erupted with a burst of alarm, which meant that someone had come to the Demon Island. It's Xiao Shui. Mu Yu instantly thought of this. Monster race people coming to the Demon Island wouldn't trigger the alarm. And the only person who came to the Demon Island besides Mu Yu and the people from the Gate of Hell was Xiao Shui. Mu Yu was somewhat worried. He didn't know where Xiao Shui came from. If she came to the island from the monster race's side, Xiao Shui would certainly be fine. But if she came to the island from the human race's side, then it would be very difficult to say. Gui Zieming also had some doubts, but he didn't care who came to the Demon Island. His silhouette flashed as he rushed towards Mu Yu once more. He still decided to kill Mu Yu first. If not, things would be extremely troublesome later. But this time, he didn't use his twins. Instead, he directly approached Mu Yu. At the same time, Gui Zieming's soul tool swept out a tyrannical soul power. The soul power turned into a white ghost banner, and countless resentful souls rushed over with bared fangs and brandished claws. This is. Mu Yu looked at those resentful souls that came out of the soul tool in surprise. He suddenly understood that although Gui Zieming was dead, those resentful souls he refined before his death were still imprisoned in his soul tool. At this moment, these resentful souls were contaminated with the soul power of the demon island, so they were not afraid of Mu Ling at all. You've done a lot of evil, let me help you. Mu Yu still had 4 thunder pearls left in his hand, and one of them exploded again. Violent thunder and lightning intertwined in the air, and under the control of his array patterns, it turned into a net of thunder and lightning, trapping all the resentful spirits. The thunder and lightning net rapidly shrank, and all the resentful souls that came in contact with the thunder and lightning screamed miserably. The sound was very harsh, like the sound of fingernails scratching a porcelain bowl, making people feel uncomfortable. However, Gui Zieming had already rushed forward, crossing Mu Yu's thunder and lightning net. His palm was filled with tyrannical spiritual power, and it was about to hit Mu Yu's head. Mu Yu didn't have time to dodge, so he could only stretch out his hand, and his palm was filled with thunder and lightning, forcibly resisting Gui Zieming's attack. He only felt that his arm was hit by a huge mountain, and even his bones were cracked. His whole body flew upside down. When Gui Zieming's second palm came crashing down, Mu Yu clenched his teeth, and the shadow sword in his hand blasted out with the third thunder bead, meeting Gui Zieming's palm. Although Gui Zieming was very afraid of these thunder and lightning, he still braved the danger of being attacked by the thunder and lightning, and hit the shadow sword. The shadow sword couldn't break Gui Zieming's palm power, and after it guided the thunder and lightning to Gui Zieming's hand, it was already sent flying. It streaked across the air, and then stabbed into the chest of the cultivator statue standing on top of the stone pillar outside the palace. Buzz! With a violent loud sound, the stone pillar that was stabbed by the shadow sword suddenly trembled, and then all the stone pillars lit up with a dazzling white light. Each stone pillar intertwined with each other, and the runes quickly flowed. The thick and solid stone pillars actually began to move on the ground, and from the ground, countless stone pillars also protruded out, and began to arrange themselves in a wonderful position. Counting carefully, there were actually a total of 981 stone pillars. The 81 stone pillars surrounded Gui Zieming and Mu Yu, and they quickly moved, forming a maze, separating Gui Zieming and Mu Yu. Mu Yu seized the opportunity, and ran towards the Sea Demon King's palace, but before he could run 2 steps, the stone pillars in front of him moved away one after another. In order to avoid the stone pillars, he could only take a detour, but when he stopped, he discovered that after he took a detour, he was actually getting further and further away from the Sea Demon King's palace. What a powerful maze! Mu Yu dodged the stone pillars that moved around him from time to time, and in the process of dodging, he could sometimes see Gui Zieming's figure. Gui Zieming attempted to directly smash these stone pillars, but when their spiritual energy hit the stone pillars, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. Chapter 637. The stone pillars quickly moved around them, forcibly changing their position. Mu Yu wanted to rush towards the Sea Demon King's palace several times, but because of the sudden movement of the stone pillars, he had no choice but to change his position. After dodging several times, he and Gui Zieming were actually out of the range of the stone pillars. The huge Sea Demon King's palace was guarded by the thick and solid stone pillars. If they wanted to reach the Sea Demon King's palace, they had to find a way to pass through these moving stone pillars. Just when Mu Yu was thinking about how to pass through this stone pillar array, Gui Zieming, who was beside him, brandished his blood-colored long axe and chopped towards him. Because they were all out of the stone pillar array, there were no more obstacles in the surroundings. Fuck, this guy is not thinking of a way to break through the array, he is thinking of killing me. Is he retarded? The Big Dipper constellation array carried Mu Yu to avoid Gui Zieming's attack. Mu Yu had no choice but to jump. But when he flew high up in the sky, all the scenery disappeared. There was only a vast expanse of white fog. Without any direction, he couldn't see the Sea Demon King's palace, and also couldn't see the stone pillar array under his feet. Helpless, He could only jump down. Mu Yu wanted to teleport to the top of the stone pillars. But the stone pillars released a powerful repulsive force, separating him. He had no choice but to fall into the stone pillar array again. Mu Yu teleported towards the Sea Demon King's palace, but he found that the spiritual energy here was very strange. It was like a sticky paste that interrupted his teleportation. He couldn't even break the void. Gui Shiming was still looking for an opportunity to get close to Mu Yu in the stone pillar array. He still didn't give up on killing Mu Yu. But at this moment, Mu Yu wasn't very worried. Because the two of them were seriously restricted by this fast-moving stone pillar array. In contrast, if Mu Yu fought with Gui Shiming outside the stone pillar array, it would be difficult for Gui Shiming to take advantage of him. However, if they were in the stone pillar array, both of them had to avoid the moving stone pillar array, so it would be difficult for Gui Shiming to attack him. The stone pillar formation moved very quickly. Every time it moved, it was to block the intruders outside. The stone pillars in all directions led the two people in different directions. From time to time, the two of them would be moved together. Then, Gui Pei Ming would throw a long axe over. However, before the long axe could reach Mu Yu, they would be separated again. Since that's the case, I'll just hitch a ride. Mu Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and aimed at the oncoming stone pillar. The formation pattern beneath his feet emitted a suction force as he stood firmly on the side of the stone pillar. His entire body began to move along with the stone pillar. He originally intended to use this method to figure out a way to break the array. However, the stone pillar once again brought him to the edge of the stone pillar array. Then, Gui Shiming was also circled out. The two of them met face to face. Gui Shiming once again waved the blood-red long axe towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu cursed Gui Shiming's 18 generations of ancestors and then went back into the stone pillar array. This won't do. I have to deduce the rules of this stone pillar array. Mu Yu dodged the rapidly passing stone pillars from time to time. At the same time, he began to deduce the movement of the entire stone pillar array in his mind. This was just like when Mu Yu first climbed the stairway to heaven. He used his powerful deduction ability to discover the rules of the stairway to heaven. He only used 8 steps to climb the stairway. At that time, the entire stairway to heaven was in his mind. However, this stone pillar formation was different from the heaven stairway. This was because the heaven stairway moved very slowly and wouldn't deliberately send people out. However, this stone pillar formation would send people out if they weren't careful. If they didn't react in time, they would be hit by the rapidly moving stone pillars. Daoist Master Xian Jizi set up such a stone pillar array outside the Sea Demon King's palace to test outsiders. It did not have any offensive power, but it had a very strong deceptive power. Even crossing Calamity stage, people might not be able to get any benefits from it, let alone them. This was Daoist Master Xian Jizi's resting place. His inheritance was here. Therefore, most of his inheritance was expressed in the form of array techniques. Fortunately, Mu Yu's array techniques had reached a very high level. Therefore, he quickly calmed down and began to ponder how to break this array. The stone pillars moved very quickly. Each stone pillar looked similar. If he wanted to determine the movement of the stone pillars, he first had to figure out the position of each stone pillar. Array patterns appeared in Mu Yu's hand. When the stone pillar in front of him attacked, the array patterns in his hand had already been imprinted on it and stuck to the stone pillar. The stone pillar quickly disappeared in another place. However, Mu Yu could clearly sense the stone pillar that he had just marked. However, the range of his perception was limited. It was only about 10 meters. In this array, their senses were severely restricted. It moved from the southeast to the northeast and then to the northwest. Then, it went out of range. I can't calculate it like this. Mu Yu silently calculated the direction of the stone pillar's movement. However, he found that it was very difficult to find any pattern with just one stone pillar. Therefore, he reached out his hand and imprinted his array patterns on the other stone pillars. The marked array patterns were intertwined. Although the stone pillars would circle around Mu Yu every time, there must be a correct path that led to the Siren Palace. However, These stone pillars moved too frequently. It was quite troublesome for Mu Yu to simulate the path. Not all the stone pillars would move to Mu Yu's side at the right time. Mu Yu circled around the stone pillar array for 2 hours. There were many stone pillars that were repeated. There were more than half of the stone pillars that he had not marked. However, after marking so many stone pillars, Mu Yu had figured out a certain pattern. Although I can't remember all the stone pillars, I now know how to avoid the stone pillars that want to circle around me. Mu Yu thought for a long time. He felt that he needed to mark at least 2 more stone pillars. Most of the stone pillars that moved to Mu Yu's front were marked. However, there were 2 stone pillars that kept circling around him that did not approach him. He had been looking for these 2 stone pillars. As long as he could deduce the trajectory of these 2 stone pillars, he would be able to find the correct path. Mu Yu seized an opportunity. The tip of his foot tapped on the stone pillar that came from the side. His entire body moved horizontally. Immediately, another stone pillar flashed in front of him. This stone pillar seemed to be deliberately avoiding Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu had already targeted it. He would not give up. Very quickly, a stone pillar entered his perception range. He knew that a stone pillar would come from the southeast direction in a moment. Therefore, his body paused for a moment. He straightened his body. As expected, that stone pillar that was marked just now brushed past his nose. Meanwhile, Mu Yu had already leaped towards that stone pillar that was not marked yet. Let's see where you can run to this time. Mu Yu's hand glowed with array patterns. He imprinted it on the stone pillar. However, at this moment, Gui Piming just happened to circle around to Mu Yu's side. This fellow's gaze froze. He discovered the method that Mu Yu used to break the stone pillar array. This brat indeed has some skills. Gui Piming thoughtfully nodded his head. He also imitated Mu Yu and started to mark the stone pillars. Ghost Chi imprinted on the stone pillars. Although he could no longer see Mu Yu's figure in the blink of an eye, he understood that he should be able to deduce the method to break through. However, Gui Piming had overestimated his ability to deduce. Just like Mu Yu, those marked stone pillars also started to appear in his mind. However, he quickly frowned. Because these trajectories to him were like graffiti. Moreover, the stone pillars would occasionally exceed his perception range. He did not know where the stone pillars would pop out in front of him. These trajectories were simply messy. There was no clue to speak of. Even if he knew where the stone pillars came from, there were many times when the path forward would be blocked. Even if he wanted to avoid the stone pillars, it was impossible. Damn it. These trajectories are so messy. How can I find the pattern? Gui Piming frowned. He was not that kind of array genius like Mu Yu. In terms of deduction, he was far from Mu Yu. From Mu Yu's point of view, all the crisscrossing stone pillars had a pattern. However, from Gui Piming's point of view, these trajectories were like a pile of hemp rope. He was completely unable to make sense of it. Not long after, Gui Piming was once again circled out of the stone pillar array. But this time, he was surprised to find that Mu Yu was actually outside the stone pillar array. He was squatting on the ground and using his spirit power to carve something. So it's like this, I understand now. Mu Yu's face revealed a relieved smile. He tilted his head and saw Gui Piming was sinisterly staring at him. It seemed that he had been staring at him for a long time. However, what made Mu Yu puzzled was that this time Gui Piming did not directly kill him. Brat, have you discovered the pattern of how to break the array? Gui Piming coldly asked. Goodbye, little devil. Xiao Shuai, who was on Mu Yu's shoulder, laughed with his hands on his waist. Obviously, seeing Gui Piming's expression, wanting to break through this moving stone pillar array was probably impossible. Mu Yu indifferently spread out his hands. He was too lazy to answer Gui Piming's question. His body leaped and once again rushed into the stone pillar array. This time, he already had full confidence. The movement of the stone pillars did indeed have a pattern. According to Mu Yu's calculation, there were a total of 81 stone pillars. Every 9 stone pillars formed a cluster. It was specially used to circle out the intruder. Different clusters had different functions. Furthermore, It could interact with the intruder's way of moving and change the way of movement. Therefore, when breaking through the array, just relying on the perception of the array pattern to dodge was not enough. This was because the movement of these stone pillars was constantly changing. Even if you knew where the stone pillars were moving from, many times, there would be many unexpected stone pillars appearing at the same time. This made people completely helpless. However, through Mu Yu's perception of the stone pillars within 10 meters, in addition to the movement of other stone pillars that exceeded the range, he could use the current changes of the stone pillars to calculate those unexpected stone pillars and then find the most suitable path. Gui Piming gloomily looked at Mu Yu. The corner of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. He also followed Mu Yu's footsteps and flashed into the stone pillar array. This place was different from Mu Yu's land of opportunity. Although Mu Yu's land of opportunity was like a maze, there were no obstacles in the way. Furthermore, he was only slightly slower than Mu Yu by a beat. Even if he could sense Mu Yu's aura, when he wanted to follow over, countless stone pillars had already moved in front of him. Chapter 638. Gui Shiming was actually only 10 meters away from Mu Yu, but the existence of the stone pillars made these 10 meters as insurmountable as a heavenly moat, which made Gui Shiming angry. Mu Yu did not run very fast in front. He relied on his perception of the stone pillars to know how to avoid being bypassed by the extra stone pillars. At the same time, when he encountered an unmarked stone pillar, he would mark it. This way, he could prevent any unexpected situations. Sometimes, he would also encounter those stone pillars that were specially designed to obstruct him, blocking his path. Therefore, he could only retreat and rely on the marked array patterns to deduce a new route. As long as Mu Yu was given a little more time, he could actually break through this moving stone pillar array. Even if Gui Shiming was a few meters away from him, it would still be too far away to reach him. If I can't pass, don't even think about passing. Gui Shiming's hand was placed on the stone pillar behind him. In an instant, he discovered the array patterns left behind by Mu Yu on the stone pillar. The ghost chi in his hand trembled. Crash! The array patterns left behind by Mu Yu on the stone pillars were instantly erased by him. His figure flashed quickly. In just a few breaths, those stone pillars that were originally marked by Mu Yu were all erased by him. Mu Yu was originally deducing the path in front of him. Seeing that he was about to break through, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Because the stone pillars in front of him were beyond his expectations, he did not react. At the same time, more and more stone pillars came rushing over. These stone pillars were actually not marked. Why are there so many stone pillars that are not marked? Mu Yu was very puzzled. These markings were used by him for reference. Once the array pattern markings disappeared, the reference objects he needed to break through the array would also disappear. At a certain time, there were suddenly no stone pillars with array pattern markings in the surroundings. At that moment, he could not deduce the next path according to the path of the stone pillars. It was as if he had lost his sense of direction. He no longer knew where was the way forward. While Mu Yu was in a daze, a stone pillar had already hit him. Then, before he could react, the stone pillar had already circled him out of the array. Gui Shiming had been waiting outside the array for a long time. In Mu Yu's mind, there were only 3 stone pillars with markings on them. The other markings had already disappeared. It's you. Mu Yu frowned. He had already guessed that Gui Shiming must have erased the array pattern markings that he had used as a reference. Gui Piming coldly laughed. Brat, I don't plan to kill you for the time being, let's make a deal. Do you want me to bring you through the array? Mu Yu was a little annoyed in his heart. It was not easy for him to calculate half of it, but in the end, the draft paper was torn by that bastard Gui Piming, making all his previous efforts go to waste. That's right, bring me through this stone pillar array and I'll spare you. Gui Piming laughed sinisterly. What if I don't agree? Mu Yu asked in a deep voice. Then I don't think you'll be able to break through this stone pillar array in your lifetime. Gui Piming stretched out his hand, and countless array pattern fragments scattered out from his palm. Gui Piming's idea was very clear. If Mu Yu did not bring him through, he would directly erase Mu Yu's array pattern. At worst, they would perish together. F*CK, you Japanese bastard, you're really shameless. Xiao Shuai cursed. Gui Piming did not have the ability to break through the array, and yet he did not let others break through the array. Truly shameless. Mu Yu was also annoyed by Gui Piming's way of doing things. This bastard actually made a plan to perish together with him. He already knew how to calculate the route to break through the array, but Gui Piming was obstructing him from the inside. This was just like Mu Yu doing a difficult problem and writing down the formula, but the ghost was afraid of his life and erased the formula. Mu Yu looked at the distant Sea Demon King's palace. He could see the appearance of the Sea Demon King's palace from outside the stone pillar array. Inside the Sea Demon King's palace was the inheritance left behind by Daoist master Xian Jizi. As long as he could obtain his inheritance, he could enter the subduing demon pagoda and find a way to leave this demon island. Mu Yu could also choose not to go in. That way, he would waste his time with Gui Piming. But this way, Gui Piming would be at a disadvantage, because Gui Piming would certainly think of a way to kill Mu Yu. Although Mu Yu might not be killed by Gui Piming, but it was also impossible for him to defeat Gui Piming. He could only keep running here and there, annoying him to death. If I bring you in, you'll turn hostile in the blink of an eye, right? Mu Yu said. Gui Pai Ming rubbed his chin and playfully said, "This will depend on your fortune, isn't it?" To be honest, Mu Yu really wanted to enter the Sea Demon King's palace. His purpose here was to find a way to repair Deadwood Daddy's soul. Daoist master Xian Jizi had a powerful all laws return to origin domain. Perhaps this domain could repair Deadwood Daddy's soul to some extent. Gui Shiming had 6 unusual twins in his body, and these 6 twins all had their own consciousness, which was abnormal in itself. Coupled with the abnormal behavior of the people from the Gate of Hell, Mu Yu could also be sure that the people from the Gate of Hell came to the Demon Island for the inheritance of Daoist master Xian Jizi. Mu Yu was still thinking about whether he should agree to Gui Piming's request, but Xiao Shuai was on the side saying all kinds of unpleasant things, including that the Japanese didn't bring toilet paper when going to the toilet, biting into half an apple and so on. In any case, Xiao Shuai didn't agree 10,000 times. Cooperating with the Japanese is too degrading, and this is not cooperation at all, but a threat. The Japanese are not only flat-chested, but also shameless. Xiao Shuai hated the people from the Gate of Hell. He's a man. Mu Yu reminded in a low voice. Oh right, then I'm sure the Japanese are all flat-chested women, and the men are short. Xiao Shuai added. Mu Yu laughed, he was defeated by Xiao Shuai's words. What does short mean? Long Ting curiously asked. I told you to read more books, but you don't read. Last time I was in a gambling house in Qingshui City, I found a book called Shimen Wuji vs Pan Enlian. It said that short is used to scold men. Xiao Shuai said in all seriousness. Oh my god. Xiao Shuai, what kind of messy book are you reading? Don't tell me this book was written by that fellow Shimen Wuji. Mu Yu was stunned, he never knew that there was such a thing. It was written by him. He said that this enlightenment book was a limited edition of 250 sets from an evil bookstore. It's a collector's edition. Xiao Shuai was never picky when it came to reading books. Mu Yu's face was full of black lines. He really should find a book like The Necessity of Banning Pornography in the Cultivation World for Xiao Shuai to read, otherwise Xiao Shuai would learn bad things. Long Ting was not interested in this question at all. He asked, is there no other way to break through this stone pillar array? Mu Yu shook his head, at least he could only think of this method to break through the array. He muttered to himself for a moment, then simply waved his hand. The runes of the array formed a chair under his feet, and he sat down in satisfaction. After sitting for an hour, Gui Shiming was already impatient. If not for the fact that he could only rely on Mu Yu to break through the stone pillar array, he would have already directly made a move on Mu Yu. You still haven't considered clearly? Gui Shiming coldly said. Why are you so anxious? Right now, I'm the one who's your boss. Mu Yu said lazily. You are courting death. Gui Shiming's body was emitting dense ghost chi, but he still forcibly endured it. Mu Yu had already expected that Gui Shiming would not dare to make a move on him, as he was not a person who liked to suffer losses. This matter was clearly Gui Shiming being shameless from head to toe, so he had to at least earn back some benefits. This matter has no benefit to me, even if you want to kill me, it's also impossible, let's talk about the conditions. Mu Yu crossed his legs and leisurely said. You don't have the qualifications to talk about conditions with me. Gui Shiming said without even raising his eyelids. Oh, so it's like this. Then wait for me to take a nap. When I wake up I'll see if I have the qualifications to talk about conditions. Mu Yu yawned, squinted his eyes and said. Gui Shiming's face was very gloomy, he could not wait to directly capture Mu Yu, extract his soul and torture him. But from the exchange just now, Mu Yu was not so easy to kill, so he did not want to waste his energy. What conditions do you want to talk about? Gui Shiming forcefully suppressed his anger. I said, wait for me to wake up then we'll talk. Mu Yu indifferently said. Now Mu Yu held the initiative, he was the master. Whether or not to break through the array was up to him. Mu Yu had long disliked the arrogant look of the ghost who cherished his life. He obviously wanted to ask him for help, but his tone was so arrogant. Mu Yu had to teach this little devil a lesson about the social common sense of whoever has the skill is the boss. Gui Shiming dispersed the ghost chi in his body, coldly snorted, sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Mu Yu of course would not really sleep, he was thinking of countermeasures. Breaking through the stone array was definitely a must, but after breaking through, Gui Shiming would definitely burn the bridge after crossing the river, at that time it would be unavoidable to fight again. He would not let Gui Shiming guarantee not to burn the bridge after crossing the river and so on. The little devil's words were all nonsense, how could it be taken seriously? But he must ensure that after bringing Gui Shiming through the stone array, he still held the initiative, otherwise when the time comes, the one to suffer would still be him. Gradually, Mu Yu already had a plan in his mind, although this plan could not be considered perfect, but it could be considered as leaving a way out for himself, so as to avoid this guy always wanting to make a move. Mu Yu's hand transformed into a stone, throwing it towards Gui Shiming. Hey, get up to talk business. The formation pattern turned into a stone, but before it could hit Gui Shiming's head, it had already been shattered by the ghost chi around Gui Shiming's body. He opened his eyes and coldly asked, Speak, what do you want? First honestly answer a few of my questions. Mu Yu simply said. Gui Shiming snorted. Mu Yu took this as a tacit consent. What are you people from the Gate of Hell doing on the Demon Island? Gui Shiming raised his eyebrows. You believe what I say? Mu Yu spread out his hands. Forget it, I can't take nonsense seriously, just pretend I didn't ask this. Even if Gui Shiming fabricated a story, Mu Yu would not be able to distinguish the truth from the lies. Gui Shiming only said that he was traveling on the Demon Island or accidentally came here when the ship hit a reef. Mu Yu could be sure that it was false. After we break through the stone array, wanting to enter the Sea Demon Palace is not so simple. How do you plan to pass the golden seal that covers the entire Sea Demon Palace? Mu Yu continued to ask. Gui Shiming glanced at Mu Yu. You don't need to worry about this. Mu Yu touched Xiao Shuai's tail, as if thinking for a long time. According to Gui Shiming's words, Gui Shiming should have already told him how to deal with the golden seal, so when the time comes, he should be able to wait for the opportunity to move. Give me Gui Shiming's soul tool. Mu Yu said. This thing has always been able to know his position. If Mu Yu wanted to cast an illusion array on Gui Shiming, then with this soul tool, Mu Yu simply could not hide. Impossible. Gui Shiming flatly refused. Chapter 639. Gui cherishing life's patience had almost reached its limit, but he still made a concession. I won't give you the soul tool, but I can leave it outside. Mu Yu could accept this kind of negotiation result. He originally planned to let Gui cherishing life leave behind those 6 annoying twins, but Gui cherishing life didn't agree. Alright, let's go. Also, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to make a move on me, otherwise our deal is off. Mu Yu stood up, shot a glance at Gui cherishing life, then walked towards the stone pillar array. Gui cherishing life coldly snorted, and also followed. Walking together with Gui cherishing life was a helpless action, because this guy was too shameless. He would use a stick on Mu Yu, and Muyu also wanted to go to see Demon King's palace, so he had to break through the stone pillar array, so he could only temporarily agree to bring him along. Gui, cherishing life, had always been by his side, almost shoulder to shoulder with him. This made Muyu very unhappy. One last thing, if you dare to cheat midway, you'll have to think of a way to break through the array yourself. Muyu felt uncomfortable all over. Gui, cherishing life, coldly snorted, and didn't reply. Muyu dodged the advancing stone pillars while leaving formation patterns on the stone pillars. The formation patterns flashed on the stone pillars, but Gui, cherishing life, frowned. The formation patterns you just arranged were not like this. Gui, cherishing life, coldly said. He was naturally suspicious. Although he didn't understand the formation patterns, he still knew how to distinguish them. This kind of formation pattern used as a mark can be casually arranged. I can arrange it however I want to arrange it. Do you have any objections? Muyu casually stuck his own formation pattern on the oncoming stone pillars. Gui, cherishing life's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't continue to refute, but when Muyu arranged the formation pattern on the stone pillars, he also quietly left his own ghost chi on that stone pillar. Clearly he had his own plan. Muyu saw all of this. He knew that ghost cherishing life was not a simple person. Compared to the other people from the Gate of Hell, he was much more scheming. This guy was indeed difficult to deal with. If you want to play, then we'll have fun. Muyu laughed in his heart. This guy wanted to scheme against him. How could he let Gui, cherishing his life, succeed? Because of his first experience, Muyu was much faster when he set up the array pattern the second time. It only took him about 2 hours to set up the array pattern on the stone pillars that he needed to deduce the route. Very quickly, all the moving stone pillars in the surroundings of the entire stone pillar formation were deduced in Muyu's mind. Through the stone pillars that he had already set up, he kept moving forward. The path in front also became clearer and clearer. He seemed to have found a way to break through the formation. At this time, even if he didn't use the formation pattern that he had just marked, he could still find the way out. Muyu originally planned to trick Gui, cherishing life, at this time, but unfortunately, Gui, cherishing life's vigilance was too strong. He didn't leave his side at all. In addition, the surrounding stone pillars were moving faster and faster, so Muyu couldn't make any mistakes, otherwise he would have to start all over again if he was circled by the stone pillars. After about half an hour, Muyu finally left the stone pillar formation and stood in front of Sea Demon King's majestic palace. And Muyu's figure flashed. He quickly pulled away from Gui, cherishing life. If I want to kill you, it's useless no matter how you run. Gui, cherishing life, tactfully didn't make a move against Muyu this time. Muyu said indifferently, "You can't kill me, I just don't want to get too close to the Japanese, that's all. I feel unlucky." Gui, cherishing life, turned around and took a glance at the stone pillar formation that was still rotating behind him. He pondered for a moment, even if he remembered the path when he came in just now, but the stone pillar formation's movement pattern was constantly changing. It was useless even if he remembered it. Keeping your life might still be useful. Gui, cherishing life, said coldly. Muyu didn't feel like paying attention to Gui, cherishing life. He set his gaze on Sea Demon King's palace in front of him. In front of the palace, there was a flight of stairs paved with all kinds of white jade pearls, leading straight to the palace. Sea Demon King's palace was enveloped by the radiance emitted by the golden seal in the sky. It was like a barrier protecting the palace. The barrier's aura was really too strong. Standing at the bottom of the flight of stairs, one could feel its inviolable majesty. This aura came from Daoist Master Shen Jizi's body. It was just like the heavenly aura left behind by Daoist Master Shen Jizi when he fought with Sea Demon King Yu Jiang. "Didn't you just say that you have a way to pass through this barrier?" Muyu asked. Gui, cherishing life, pondered for a moment, then said, "Boy, I know you want to enter Sea Demon King's palace, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed, because my method only allows one person to pass through." Muyu said indifferently, "I can't enter, then you can wait to be trapped in Sea Demon King's palace to death." "That's not necessarily true. You thought that I kept your life to leave, but you are wrong. I suddenly thought of another use for your life." After Gui, cherishing life, finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to Muyu anymore. He directly stepped on the flight of stairs and walked towards the palace. Muyu was getting more and more confused. Gui cherishing life didn't seem to be worried about the problem of leaving. Could it be that Gui Yezi already told him how to leave? But this guy couldn't even enter. How could he know how to enter? Could it be that there was something in this palace that could guide him out? He didn't hesitate at once. He also followed Gui cherishing life up the flight of stairs, and arrived at the edge of the golden seal barrier. This barrier wasn't formed by formation patterns, it was a kind of pure power. It was vast, majestic, and very steady. Gui cherishing life only shot an indifferent glance at Mu Yu. The 6 twins drilled out from his body, and floated in midair. The 6 twins' bodies emitted a faint light, with Gui cherishing life as the center. They stood in a strange position. At the same time, their hands formed hand seals. Soul power poured out from the twins' bodies, intertwined with each other, and surrounded Gui cherishing life in the middle. A pitch-black ghost seal appeared in Gui cherishing life's hand. Looking carefully, it was actually exactly the same as the golden seal above the palace, only the color was different. Moreover, the aura was very gloomy, and there was also a ghostly wailing and wolf-howling sound coming from it. This ghost seal was more like an imitation, but the 6 twins' soul power unceasingly poured into the ghost seal. Then Gui cherishing life lightly touched the ghost seal above the barrier. The golden spirit light began to circulate from the barrier. The ghost seal was like some kind of vortex sucking the power of the barrier. The black light emitted, the tyrannical aura forced Mu Yu to retreat a few steps. When Mu Yu stabilized his body, Gui cherishing life was already shrouded in the pitch-black fog. But this pitch-black ghost fog only lasted for a while. Soon the golden spirit light on the barrier assimilated all the ghost fog. The pitch-black ghost fog actually became exactly the same as the barrier's power. When he looked at the ghost seal in Gui cherishing life's hand again, that originally black ghost seal also became golden. The 6 twins rushed into the ghost seal, and Gui Peiming easily entered the enchantment. Mu Yu originally wanted to follow Gui cherishing life in, but that ghost fog shook him away. He couldn't get close at all. Gui cherishing life coldly looked at Mu Yu in the barrier, then pushed open the palace door, and disappeared from the palace. Damn it! How did this guy hide from the barrier's power? Mu Yu walked to the edge of the barrier, carefully reached out his hand to touch the barrier. The barrier didn't have any lethality, it was like a layer of gauze. The place where Mu Yu touched still flowed with a burst of spirit light. He knocked on the barrier, but found that there was no rebound. The power he knocked on the barrier was actually absorbed by the barrier. His fingers seemed to be knocking on cotton, soft and without any strength. There was no way to enter this barrier. Mu Yu didn't have any way to forcefully break the barrier, because this aura was too strong, far from what he could break. Little Shuai, what is this barrier? Mu Yu asked. Little Shuai stood on Mu Yu's shoulder, stretched out his small hand and pressed on the barrier, then looked at the golden seal above his head, pondered for a moment, and said, "This power is so familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. That golden seal is also very familiar, but it shouldn't belong to this world's power. Power that doesn't belong to this world? What does that mean?" Mu Yu was surprised. Little Shuai explained, "This power is the same as the flesh-winged horned monster we encountered last time. It doesn't belong to the 3rd layer of heaven. But this power clearly belongs to Daoist Master Shen Jizi. It's very similar to Daoist Master Shen Jizi's power. And Daoist Master Shen Jizi is a senior of the Formation Glyph sect. How can it not belong to the 3rd layer of heaven?" Mu Yu said, puzzled. Little Shuai said, "I feel that Daoist Master Shen Jizi isn't such a simple person. I seem to remember that his golden seal is called something like the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation Seal. It has a very powerful ability. At that time the white-bearded old man said that this thing was too dangerous, and wanted to seal it." Heavenly Birth Reincarnation Seal? You're saying that Master wanted to seal this golden seal before? Mu Yu was surprised. "Anyway, that's what I remember. I don't know, I only remember a lot of things vaguely. I can't explain it clearly. I just remember that this Daoist Master Shen Jizi is a bit familiar, so that's how it is." "That's right, I remember that Daoist Master Shen Jizi promised the white-bearded old man that he would take good care of this seal," Little Shuai said, wagging his tail. Mu Yu didn't doubt Little Shuai's words. Little Shuai and his master had a very deep relationship, and he seemed to have a lot of memories of the past. Although he was always muddle-headed, he usually wouldn't be wrong. So Gui cherishing life is after this heavenly birth reincarnation seal? Do you have a way to enter this barrier? Mu Yu asked. Since his master believed that this heavenly birth reincarnation seal was very dangerous, then it naturally couldn't fall into the hands of the people from the gate of hell. Little Shuai rubbed his head, thinking hard. After a long time, he shook his head. I don't know. Mu Yu was pondering something, because Daoist Master Xian Jiz's remnant consciousness had said that the power to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was sealed in the palace. This was a test that Daoist Master Xian Jizi gave to outsiders, so there was no way he would use such a powerful barrier to obstruct Mu Yu's footsteps. He must have left a way out. So what exactly was this path of retreat? But just as Mu Yu was thinking, a distant sound came from the palace. It was like it had come from ancient times, vast and ancient. At the same time, an even more powerful aura came from the palace. The heavenly birth reincarnation seal in the sky underwent some strange changes, as if it had begun to spin. Not good. Gui cherishing life has already entered the palace. Did he obtain the power to open the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda? Chapter 640. Gui Shiming had already thought of a way to enter the palace. If he got what he wanted, then Mu Yu would have a hard time taking it back from him. He had to find a way to enter the palace. How are we going to get in? Dragon Teng asked. Mu Yu jumped down the stairs and came to the front of the stone pillar array. He stepped and the 8 trigrams array pattern spread out with him as the center. Then the dense array pattern quickly covered the stairs. Little Shuai, help me. Mu Yu waved his hand and a dozen innate array foundation appeared in the air. He had to set up a few powerful fixed arrays. If Gui Shiming got what he wanted, Mu Yu had to find a way to deal with him. Little Shuai took the innate array foundation and quickly went to the place Mu Yu pointed out and merged the array foundation into the array pattern. Mu Yu's chaos yin and yang qi also merged into the array pattern. After setting everything up, he jumped back up the stairs and walked to the front of the enchantment. At this moment, the powerful aura in the palace was still surging. The ancient voice kept echoing. Mu Yu touched the enchantment with his hand. The spirit light on the enchantment flowed. The source of this strange spirit light came from the sky birth reincarnation seal above the palace. Mu Yu walked around the enchantment but still didn't find any clues. It seemed like he had to start from the top. He couldn't fly here. Once he flew up, he would enter another array world. He wouldn't be able to see the palace's location. But Mu Yu still chose to fly up. At least for now, this was the only choice. After Mu Yu flew up, he found that there was only a vast cloud world left. There were layers of white clouds floating around. In the distance, there were flocks of birds. Looking from afar, there was a sun shining in the clouds. Just now, Xian Jizi said, the dragon body flies through the clouds, the sun sets on the sky birth wheel. Do not be disloyal. What does this mean? After Mu Yu flew up the clouds, he had some understanding of this poem. He could see the setting sun and clouds in the sky, but Mu Yu still didn't understand what this sentence had to do with entering the palace. As a translator, can you explain this sentence? Little Shuai asked Long Teng. When Long Teng was in the Sand Eagle King City, he already understood the Yarrow language. Little Shuai understood the Yarrow language. One was a text translator, and the other was a simultaneous interpreter. The two of them worked well together. How would I know what it means? Dragon Vine wagged its tail. Mu Yu pondered for a moment as he looked at the sun in the distance. When Reverend Xian Jizi mentioned the Heaven Evolution Wheel of Setting Sun, the Heaven Evolution Wheel should be referring to the Heaven Evolution Reincarnation Seal. In that case, how should he explain the first half of the sentence, flying through the clouds with a dragon's body? Qiu means that I am a true dragon with horns and a domineering aura. Does the Qiu body flying cloud crossing have to rely on me to fly across? The dragon vine straightened its body and said majestically, "Don't give me that. Xian Jizi wasn't waiting for you. Who knew you would come?" Xiao Shuai said. Mu Yu also agreed with Xiao Shuai's words. Xian Jizi wouldn't use a dragon to remind anyone. However, Flying through the clouds with a dragon's body should mean that he should bend his body and fly across the clouds. However, this saying was too strange. How could he just bend his body? He tried bending down and looking at the sun in the distance from different angles, but he didn't find anything strange. The clouds were still drifting, and the sun was still motionless. Could he be wrong? Have no disloyalty. Muyu repeated this sentence. What was this disloyalty referring to? According to Xiao Shuai, the Heaven Evolution Reincarnation Seal was very dangerous. Xian Jizi should be protecting it. In that case, he shouldn't want others to use the Heaven Evolution Reincarnation Seal for evil. Muyu didn't have any intention of using the Heaven Evolution Reincarnation Seal, so he believed that he should be able to achieve the have no disloyalty point. Setting sun. How can I see the setting sun? Muyu simply sat on the clouds and stared at the sun. According to his estimation, he had been in the Sea Demon Palace for at least a day. It should be noon now. However, he didn't know if the setting sun he saw here was the same as the sun outside. However, the sun in front of him didn't show any signs of moving. This was quite strange. It meant that the sun here was just an illusion. In Xianji's formation domain, the surroundings were full of formation patterns. However, the formation patterns here were very resistant to Muyu. They weren't like the land of opportunity just now, which could be used by Muyu in a special way. This meant that Muyu couldn't control the formation patterns here. After all, Xianji's formation techniques were much higher than Muyu's. Big earthworm, don't you think that cloud looks like cotton candy? It doesn't. Then what about the cloud floating from the left? Why does it feel like this cloud has been cut by a knife? Little Shuai and Long Ting were discussing the shape of the surrounding clouds. Muyu inadvertently swept his gaze over the cloud and suddenly had a thought. He had been focusing on the sun all this time and had neglected the surrounding clouds. Muyu leaped high into the air. As expected, he found clues about the clouds. Muyu, why are you flying so high? Little Shuai asked, puzzled. Muyu landed again and smiled. I know how to explain the hint that Xianjizi gave me. The floating clouds weren't in a random shape at all. Instead, they wandered in the shape of the 8 trigrams. They were of different lengths, just like the stairway to heaven in front of the formation hall. Xianjizi was once a senior of the formation glyph sect, so he definitely knew about the stairway to heaven. Muyu had just confirmed this when he was in the sky. Xianjizi had indeed arranged these clouds according to the way the stairway to heaven operated. The sun usually set at Yusha hour. In the 8 trigrams, the ZE and DUI positions represented Yusha hour. This was actually a deduction. These clouds wandered in the direction of the 8 trigrams. At a certain time, they would be facing the sun. At that time, as long as one stood on the ZE or DUI position of the clouds and jumped in the direction of the sun, they would be able to get close to the sky-deriving reincarnation seal. If Muyu's guess was correct, the sky-deriving reincarnation seal was probably the sun in the distance. After listening to Muyu's explanation, Little Shuai asked doubtfully, why do I feel like this place was specially designed for you? If it wasn't a formation master who came in, who could have predicted this? Muyu replied, you're wrong. Xianjizi only gave me this hint because he knew that I was the sect master of the formation glyph sect. If it were anyone else, Daoist Master Xianjizi would have given them different hints. Think about the lands of opportunity and you'll understand. Different people will enter different lands of opportunity. Daoist Master Xianjizi's ability to design arrays is truly amazing. Hey! If I came in alone, what kind of hint would he give me? Longting asked curiously. Little Shuai happily retorted, you wouldn't be able to guess even if he gave you a hint. I think Xianjizi's hint would be, Great Sea, what's the most handsome thing in the world? Then, I would just have to passionately answer, Little Shuai. Then, Xianjizi would send me over. Alright, you're the most handsome. Muyu couldn't help but laugh. There was no one else who could be this narcissistic. He pulled Little Shuai and Long Ting over and began to calculate the changes in the clouds. After 15 minutes, the positions of the clouds just happened to align with the position of the sun. At this moment, Muyu lightly jumped. The tips of his toes stepped on the clouds in the ZE position. He bent slightly and then jumped out, flying through the clouds, setting the sun, and the heavenly evolution wheel. None of these three could be missing. Mu Yu only felt a strange force appear beside him. Then, the scene in front of him suddenly changed rapidly. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing at the entrance of the palace. He turned around and looked at the barrier created by the heavenly evolution reincarnation seal. He knew that he had succeeded. He didn't hesitate and hurriedly pushed open the majestic door of the palace. The door was very heavy. Mu Yu could only push open a crack, but it was enough to enter. After entering the palace, there weren't any magnificent carved railings or incomparably noble thrones. What entered his eyes was a high platform. The high platform was surrounded by powerful inscriptions. In the center was a huge golden seal floating in mid-air. This was probably the real heavenly evolution reincarnation seal. The thing above the palace outside was just an illusion. At this moment, Gui Piming was beside the high platform. A powerful ghost aura emerged from his body to corrode the 8 trigrams inscriptions. The powerful aura that Mu Yu felt outside the palace just now came from those 8 trigrams inscriptions. When one of the inscriptions was corroded, it would let out a very ancient and distant sound, as if it was sighing. "How did you get in?" Gui Piming also noticed Mu Yu. He was stunned for a moment. He was very surprised by Mu Yu's sudden appearance. Handsome people don't need the help of others to come in. It's impossible for a hateful Japanese like you to understand. Xiao Shuai said proudly on Mu Yu's shoulder. While they were talking, another inscription was corroded by Gui Piming. "I can't let you take things as you wish." Mu Yu didn't know what Gui Piming wanted to do with the heavenly evolution reincarnation seal. However, his goal was obviously for this. Mu Yu wouldn't let him succeed. The shadow sword flashed with a green light. The sharp sword chi had already swept towards Gui Piming. "Courting death. Old 6th and Old 7th, the two of you go and capture him for me. Obtain his soul. It just so happens that this place is lacking a soul." Gui Pilif shouted. 2 ghost shadows flew out from the ghost seal in Gui Piming's hand. They were Gui Piming's 2 twins. These 2 twins were both at the unification stage. The 2 of them together made Mu Yu feel a huge pressure. Mu Yu's formation runes surged under his feet. He must defeat these 2 twins. And Gui Piming was still unable to break free. If he wanted to deal with Gui Piming, this was the best time. "I'm the best at dealing with twins." Xiao Shuai's 5 Thunder Blast. Chapter 641. Gui Shiming had 6 twins but only sent 2. It was clear that he needed the help of the other twins to erode the heavenly birth reincarnation seal. 2 body integration stage cultivators from the Devil's Gate might give Mu Yu a headache, but Mu Yu didn't have to worry about 2 souls. Mu Ling turned into a powerful vine in the blink of an eye and rushed towards Gui Laoliu and Gui Laochi. The 2 twins already knew how powerful Mu Yu's plants were, so they didn't dare to be careless. Instead, they separated their hands with pure soul power and blocked the vines. "Do you really think we only have 1 soul tool from Senior Gui Shizi? You are too naive." Gui Laochi fiercely rushed towards Mu Yu. He was holding a white rib in his hand. It was clearly the soul tool of a human soul on the Demon Island. The soul tool could cover the ghost chi on their body. This way, they wouldn't be restrained by Mu Yu. Because of the special cultivation method of the Gate of Hell, even if they became souls, they still had the same cultivation as when they were alive. This was the unique characteristic of the Gate of Hell. Therefore, they weren't afraid of being absorbed by Mu Yu's Mu Ling Kum. "Even your own mother won't recognize you." Xiao Shuai and Long Teng rushed out. Blue electric sparks exploded in the air. Xiao Shuai's small figure coupled with the asymmetrical thunder sword was mighty and overbearing. "Those little devils have turned into ghosts. Their mother won't recognize them." Long Teng's breath swept out again and cut off Xiao Shuai's thunder sword. Mu Yu's runes rolled out and suppressed Xiao Shuai's broken sword in his hand. Then, he pulled out the shadow sword from the air. The tyrannical power of thunder and lightning immediately rushed towards Gui Laroliu and Gui Laroliu. Gui Laroliu held the soul tool in his hand and scattered it. The white soul power and the black chi on his body formed a sharp contrast. The soul power crisscrossed in the air and formed a barrier in front of him to welcome the sudden explosion of thunder and lightning. Mu Yu's lightning just now had left a deep impression on them. Even Gui Zieming, who had a physical body, didn't dare to take it head-on, so Gui Laochi and Gui Laroliu also flew back. However, above the explosion of Mu Yu's tyrannical power of thunder and lightning, a sword shape appeared, and all the exploding thunder and lightning were all directed to Gui Peiming, who was eroding the inscription. Damn it! Stop him! Gui Shiming had been paying attention to Mu Yu's movements. When he saw the lightning power sweeping towards him, he didn't dare to underestimate it. He quickly shouted at Gui Laochi and Gui Laroliu. Gui Laochi and Gui Laroliu also reacted. Mu Yu's attack just now was not used to deal with them. His target was Gui Laroliu. Gui Liu and Gui Qi leapt forward, the soul armaments in their hands surging with soul force to protect themselves. However, their defense was a little hasty. The area where the lightning exploded was too close to their souls. The tyrannical lightning instantly broke through the barrier of soul power and landed on their bodies. Gui Laroliu cried out in pain. In order to protect Gui Zieming from harm, he had taken the brunt of Mu Yu's lightning attack. But lightning was the most righteous and tyrannical thing in the world. How could a mere soul be able to withstand it? If not for the fact that Gui Laoliu's cultivation wasn't low, the lightning would have been enough to scatter his soul. How are you, Laroliu? Gui Laroliu rushed over to check on Gui Laoliu's condition. At this moment, blue lightning was flashing on Gui Laoliu's soul. Crackling and crackling, the dense ghostly aura on his body was dissipating. His soul was becoming much more transparent, and his aura had dropped by a large amount. I can't, the lightning is too uncomfortable. Gui Laoliu's face was dispirited. The soul armament in his hand couldn't help but fall to the ground. Damn it! This brat is really evil. Gui Laochi angrily raised his head, but what greeted him was another restless lightning ball shooting towards him and exploding above his head. Crackle! The lightning crackled in the air as Gui Qi tried to bring Gui Liu into the soul armament in his hand to avoid being struck by the lightning. But to his horror, Gui Qi realized that the lightning in Gui Liu's body was being transmitted to his hand, causing his soul to tremble. This was what one would call the trembling of one's soul. Gui Laroliu instinctively pulled his hand back. Seeing that the lightning was about to explode, he had no choice but to pull back his soul armament. At the same time, another ball of lightning exploded above Gui Laroliu. The powerful tearing force of the lightning tore through Gui Laoliu's body. The pitiful Gui Laroliu didn't even have time to scream before he was struck by the lightning again. This time, he couldn't resist it. His soul was covered with lightning marks. Then, his soul shattered like a piece of paper and disappeared without a trace. His soul had truly been destroyed. Laroliu. When Gui Qi came out of the soul armament and saw this, he cried out in alarm. His face twisted in anger as he glared hatefully at Mu Yu. If they hadn't helped Gui Zieming block the ball of lightning, Gui Laroliu wouldn't have been hit so easily. Laroliu, you should take care of yourself first. The ball of lightning in Mu Yu's hand once again blasted towards Gui Laroliu. After killing one twin, there were still 5 more. This little devil was really difficult to deal with. Gui Zieming was also very gloomy. The twins' death had a considerable impact on him, but he had already reached the critical moment of breaking the inscription. He simply couldn't free himself to deal with Mu Yu. He could only endure the surging injuries in his body and continue to break the array. Mu Yu, you will definitely die in my hands. Gui Zieming gnashed his teeth and shouted. How could he have thought that one of his twins would be killed so easily? The last person who said this to me has already met the same fate as Gui Laroliu. Mu Yu's hand transformed into a shadow sword. The power of lightning was all absorbed into the sword, and then it disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Gui Zieming. Gui Laroliu wanted to block the shadow sword, but he also had a ball of lightning on his side. He simply couldn't afford to be distracted. He could only deal with the ball of lightning in front of him with all his strength to avoid the same fate as Gui Laroliu. Gui Zieming clenched his teeth. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand. He quickly retreated and dodged Mu Yu's ball of lightning at the critical moment. 1/3 of the inscriptions on the 8 trigrams pattern had already been eroded by Gui Zieming. However, because of Mu Yu's interference, those eroded inscriptions slowly circulated and actually began to recover on their own. Daoist Master Xian Jizi's array technique domain, all laws returned to origin. All of a sudden, Gui Zieming's previous efforts were all wasted. If he wanted to obtain the Sky Spill reincarnation seal, he could only start again. Gui Zieming stabilized his body in the air. The power of lightning just now didn't hurt him. However, the defensive barrier around the Sky Spill reincarnation seal made him suffer a backlash. At this moment, the spiritual power in his body was already very unstable. He forcibly suppressed the blood in his throat. "You actually dared to kill my twin." Gui Zieming's anger soared to the sky. "I killed your twin? Wasn't he killed by you a long time ago? I just helped you release his soul." The shadow sword in Mu Yu's hand flashed with a green light, and the awe-inspiring sword intent penetrated through the body. Long Teng and Xiao Shuai landed beside Mu Yu. They were not to be outdone and confronted Gui Zieming. "It seems that if I don't get rid of you today, I can't be at ease. Sky Spill reincarnation seal is in my hands." Gui Zieming's voice was suffused with cold killing intent. "I thought you had already figured out this point." Mu Yu tapped his foot. The formation pattern flashed. The shadow sword had already left his hand and chopped towards Gui Zieming. Just now, he was shamelessly threatened by Gui Zieming to lead the way. He had already suppressed a bellyful of anger. Now, killing a twin could be considered as collecting some interest. He could see that the aura on Gui Zieming's body was unstable. Just now, he forcefully withdrew his ghost technique. This was exactly what Mu Yu wanted to see. Otherwise, with Gui Zieming's body integration stage cultivation, Mu Yu would have no chance to deal with him. The remaining twins on Gui Zieming's body all rushed out. Each twin held a soul tool in their hands. They knew that Mu Yu was not ordinary, so Gui Shizi lent the soul tools in the hands of the souls under his jurisdiction to Gui Zieming. Unfortunately, Gui Laroliu did not have time to dodge in order to cover Gui Zieming. Even if he had a soul tool, he still lost his life. "Tear this brat into pieces and avenge Laroliu." Gui Laroliu roared in grief and indignation. The other twins also responded. Then, they all spread out and surrounded Mu Yu. 6 body integration stage people from the Gate of Hell surrounded Mu Yu. Mu Yu had no choice but to be cautious. Although he had the help of thunder and lightning, as long as the other party dodged the thunder and lightning and used the soul power in the soul tool to deal with him, he would be in danger. "Kill." Gui Zieming gave the order. 6 ghostly figures streaked across the sky and pounced towards Mu Yu with endless killing intent. Mu Yu jumped up and kicked out a shadow sword with the tip of his foot. It collided with the soul tool in the hands of one of the twins. The shadow sword was unable to block the power of the body integration stage and was sent flying. Mu Yu raised his hand and the shadow sword fell from the void into his hand. The surging sword chi turned towards the other twin. But at this moment, Gui Zieming's blood-colored long axe arrived. A scarlet light streaked across and looked towards Mu Yu's neck. Countless vines gushed out from under Mu Yu's feet and intertwined to form a wall in front of him. Leaves fluttered and every leaf wrapped around the blood-colored long axe. Although they were quickly shattered, they also took away a part of the blood-colored long axe's power. When the blood-colored long axe chopped down, most of its power had already been neutralized. Mu Yu met it with his sword and blocked Gui Zieming's blood-colored long axe to the side. Xiao Shuai's mysterious lightning fall. The blue greatsword danced in the palace, and every sword shadow carried righteous thunder and lightning as it slashed toward the twins. Those twins were rather afraid of the lightning sword in his hand and did not dare to meet it head-on. They could only dodge. After all, the twins were body integration stage cultivators. Although they were afraid of lightning, they were extremely fast. Xiao Shuai's huge sword was unable to touch them. If not for Long Ting protecting Xiao Shuai from the side, they would have already taken him down. Gui Xiaming's attacks became more and more fierce. Mu Yu could not hold on any longer. Especially with the twins constantly harassing him, he could not hold on any longer. But at this moment, one of the twins took advantage of a gap behind Mu Yu and stabbed out with the soul tool in his hand, hitting Mu Yu's body. Chapter 642. The twin soul power invaded Mu Yu's body, causing Mu Yu's body to turn upside down, but the black and white spirit power quickly poured into Mu Yu's meridians, dissolving the soul power that invaded from the outside. Mu Yu fell to the altar, landing on the edge of the altar, and stood firm on the altar's carved railing. But Gui Shiming did not give him a chance to breathe. The blood-red long axe once again mercilessly chopped down. Mu Yu could only barely wave the shadow sword to block. Mu Yu was under a lot of pressure while fighting with Gui Shiming. The opponent's cultivation was much higher than his, so he could not bear it. His body retreated from time to time, and finally fell directly on the altar, retreating to the edge of the inscription array of the reincarnation seal. Little Shuai and Long Ting also retreated to Mu Yu's side, helping Mu Yu to resolve the pressure of Gui Shiming. The remaining 5 twins fell around and above Mu Yu. At the same time, a powerful soul power trapped the entire altar. Even if Mu Yu wanted to use the Heavenly Dipper constellation array, he could not escape from this range. I want to see where you escape to this time. Gui Shiming smiled. The blood-red long axe in his hand once again chopped down on Mu Yu. Mu Yu had no choice but to retreat again. Behind him was the enchantment formed by those inscriptions, but no one thought that the inscription enchantment that blocked Gui Shiming did not stop Mu Yu, but easily allowed Mu Yu to enter the enchantment. At this time, the blood-red long axe had already chopped down, the inscription glowed with golden light, and in the blink of an eye, Gui Shiming's blood-red long axe was shaken away. The strong rebound made Gui Shiming's whole body fly out, and it took a lot of effort to stabilize his body. How can you enter this enchantment? Gui Shiming was shocked and angry. He came in a long time earlier than Mu Yu. According to the method taught by Gui Yuzi, he spent a lot of effort but was unable to enter the enchantment immediately. Originally, the enchantment was almost eroded by him, but Mu Yu intervened. What he couldn't stand the most was that Mu Yu didn't do anything at all and directly entered the enchantment. Hey, that's right. How can I enter this barrier? Mu Yu was also rather surprised. His original intention was to prevent Gui Shiming from obtaining the Heavenly Divination Reincarnation Seal. Who would have thought that he would inexplicably enter this array formation? He must have some kind of magic treasure on him, otherwise it would be impossible for him to do this. Gui Laochi said angrily. Kill these 2 demonic beasts. Gui Paiming said angrily. Xiao Shuai and Long Teng were blocked outside the barrier. They couldn't enter. Mu Yu tried to reach out and grab Xiao Shuai and Long Teng's tails, pulling them in as well. Demonic beast, your sister. I'm a mythical beast, do you understand? Do you want me to teach you how to write the word God? Let me tell you, it's a little horizontal stroke. Xiao Shuai shouted. It's a little vertical stroke. Long Teng corrected. A little bit is too stingy, using a little horizontal stroke is more generous. Xiao Shuai retorted. Mu Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out and touched the enchantment. The powerful enchantment that could block Gui Shiming's attack allowed him to enter so easily. This was inconceivable to him. It could be said that his surprise was no less than Gui Shiming's. He was sure that this wasn't the work of the chaotic yin and yang. Although the chaotic yin and yang could control all the array patterns, it didn't have any reaction when he entered. Most importantly, perfected Shen Jizi was an array master with his own domain. His cultivation was ridiculously high, and the array he set up had his own domain. Even if Mu Yu had the help of the array hall and the array runestone, it was impossible for him to control perfected Shen Jizi's array. So what exactly allowed him to enter? Don't be disloyal, is that what you mean? Mu Yu pondered. The demonic beast's enchantments like to rely on none of disloyalty to block intruders. Perfected Shen Jizi used the demonic beast's enchantment to protect the Heavenly Divination Reincarnation Seal in the demonic beast's territory. It's not none of disloyalty, Otherwise I would have entered long ago. Xiao Shuai shook his head. Every time, he was the first to discover how to pass through the demonic beast's enchantment. So he was sure that this enchantment wasn't the same as the demonic beast's. Then what is it? Long Ting also felt that it was strange. Mu Yu touched the enchantment. Those inscriptions flowed. He was surprised to find that the black and white spirit energy in his body was actually gradually fusing into the enchantment and then flowing into his body. It's the life and death aura of the underworld grass. The heavenly divination reincarnation seal seems to be related to the underworld grass. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. However, he quickly stopped worrying about it because he was at least temporarily safe. This enchantment was like a shelter that separated him from the Japanese. Gui Shiming and his twins were stomping with rage outside, but they had no way of entering. Haha. Japanese, let me tell you how to enter. Only the handsome can pass through this enchantment. With your pathetic looks, I don't think you have a chance. Xiao Shuai proudly provoked from inside. If we can't enter, can you come out? Gui Shiming coldly snorted. The 5 twins had already set up all kinds of spirit energy ghost techniques. These ghost techniques were similar to formation techniques and were specially used to deal with Mu Yu. They should have set up these ghost techniques after entering, but Gui Shiming thought that Mu Yu wouldn't be able to enter this place, so he didn't spend any effort. Mu Yu couldn't be bothered with the words of the people from the gate of hell. His gaze landed on the heavenly divination reincarnation seal. When he got closer, he realized that the heavenly divination reincarnation seal looked completely different from the top of the palace outside. This golden seal was the size of a palm and there was a lifelike mountain peak carved on it. On the mountain peak, no matter if it was grass, trees, or rocks, every grain was clearly visible. Mu Yu was even surprised to find that there was a small cave in the middle of the mountain peak. Outside the cave was a protruding stone platform. On top of it was a small stone table and stone bench. Beside it was an old banyan tree. This mountain peak looked like it was filled with immortal energy. It was completely no different from a real mountain peak. The base of the mountain peak was in the shape of the 8 trigrams. At this moment, there was yin and yang energy revolving around the entire heavenly divination reincarnation seal. Little Commander, are you sure this is the heavenly divination reincarnation seal? Mu Yu asked curiously. Because what Little Commander saw outside was completely different from what he saw now. Little Commander nodded. It can't be wrong. This thing looks different from when you see it from a distance, but the aura can't be mistaken. Mu Yu carefully reached out his hand, wanting to take the heavenly divination reincarnation seal. Actually, he was just giving it a try. He thought that this thing would at least resist for a while. He didn't expect that the heavenly divination reincarnation seal would be directly taken by Mu Yu. Brat, be sensible and hand over the heavenly divination reincarnation seal. I'll spare your life, Gui Laochi shouted angrily from outside. Are you crazy? What right do you have to spare my life? Who do you think you are? Can you enter? Mu Yu felt that the people from the gate of hell were really stupid. They didn't even have the ability to enter and were still blindly shouting outside. Gui Laochi was infuriated by Mu Yu's scolding, but there was nothing he could do. Gui Laochi said coldly, "We don't need to go in. We just need to wait for you to come out." This was indeed a problem. At this moment, the people from the gate of hell surrounded the altar. They even set up all kinds of messy ghost techniques to deal with him. He couldn't escape even if he had wings. Mu Yu simply sat down on the stone platform where the heavenly divination reincarnation seal was originally placed. He flipped the reincarnation seal over and over in his hand. Then, he found some difficult words below the reincarnation seal. Text translator, tell me what words this is. Mu Yu asked Long Ting. Long Ting looked at it for a long time and then uttered a series of strange and incomprehensible syllables. Speak human language. I am the master of fate, overturn the universe, reincarnation, and control the world. Long Ting used a language that only Mu Yu and Little Shuai could understand. Its ability was to make whoever it wanted to understand it understand it. This ability could prevent the people from the gate of hell from eavesdropping. What does this mean? Are you speaking in riddles again? Mu Yu asked. Long Ting shook its head. Little Shuai, you recognize this thing. Do you know how to use it? Mu Yu turned to Little Shuai. This thing is too dangerous. Only the white-bearded old man and Daoist Shen Jizi know how to use it, Little Shuai said. Mu Yu pondered for a long time, but he didn't understand anything from the 16 words Long Teng translated. It didn't seem like a riddle. It was more like a grand advertisement. Unfortunately, there was no manual. Gui Laochi heard the three of them discussing something outside, but he couldn't understand Long Teng's words, so he was very angry. Why don't you guys tell us what it says so we can all understand it? Gui Laochi said. Mu Yu looked at Gui Laochi like he was an idiot. Then, he used the wind-wind heart-linking formation to connect Long Teng and Little Shuai. Now, they didn't have to speak. Everyone knew what they were thinking. It would save them the trouble of having to talk too much. Then, the people from the gate of hell saw Mu Yu and Little Shuai nod and shake their heads. They shook their heads and nodded again. All kinds of guesses, confusion, surprise, and disappointment flashed across Mu Yu's face. But the three of them didn't say anything. It was like they were acting in a mime. The three of them pondered for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what it meant. Daoist Shen Jizi had left behind such a dangerous treasure, but he had forgotten to leave behind a manual. That was bad for Mu Yu. But Mu Yu believed the Skyspill reincarnation seal was the key to opening the suppressing evil tower. Because the palace was empty, there was nothing else. Although he now had a shelter, the Japanese were eyeing him. Even if he had the key, it was useless. It looked like he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. I say, why do you people from the gate of hell want the Skyspill reincarnation seal? Mu Yu asked. Gui Laochi grunted and said, that's none of your business. This is the key to opening the suppressing evil tower, right? Mu Yu asked. Gui Laochi's eyes flashed, and he said, so what if it is? Mu Yu saw Gui Laochi's reaction. He guessed the Skyspill reincarnation seal wasn't just used to open the suppressing evil tower. His heart jumped, and he said, I know. You guys are looking for that thing in the suppressing evil tower. But from what I see, that thing isn't something you people from the gate of hell can touch. Dragon Teng was shocked. Mu Yu, you know what they're looking for? Mu Yu, who knows what they're looking for? I was just asking. That thing originally belonged to the gate of hell. We just want to take it back. Before Gui Laochi could say anything, Gui Laochi had already said angrily. Mu Yu smiled and said, something that belongs to the gate of hell? What shameless boasting. That thing was obviously stolen by you people from the gate of hell. Nonsense. It was clearly a little thief who stole our soul transference technique. Gui Laochi, shut up. Gui Laochi coldly interrupted Gui Laochi, and then looked at Mu Yu, you don't even know what we're looking for. Chapter 643. Unfortunately, Gui cherishes his life wasn't as stupid as Gui Laochi. Otherwise, Mu Yu would have tried to get more information out of him. Even if you know about soul conversions, it's useless. You've never seen it before. You still don't know what we're looking for. Gui cherishes his life wasn't worried. Mu Yu only knew a name. Even if he knew the name of something, he wouldn't necessarily know what it was. However, Mu Yu didn't answer. He was communicating with Little Shuai and Long Ting through their expressions again. At the very least, the people from the gate of hell thought that Mu Yu and the other two were communicating through their expressions because they didn't make any sounds. No at all. I've heard of soul conversions? Mu Yu asked. Little Shuai wagged his tail and said with interest, never heard of it. Maybe it's a heart. I wonder if it can be eaten. You can eat the heart of a Japanese. That's a black heart. Long Teng's face was full of disgust. My cooking skills are superb. Don't worry. Little Shuai even wanted to eat that disgusting flesh-winged horned monster. Eating the heart of someone from the gate of hell wasn't strange at all. Soul conversions? I've never heard of such a thing before. Since it's something from the gate of hell, it must be very important to them. In any case, we can't let them succeed, Mu Yu said. If we stay here and don't go out, they won't succeed. Little Shuai's method was very straightforward. He took out a drumstick from Mu Yu's chenkuan bag, blew on it twice, and warmed it up. Then, he started eating as if no one else was around. Mu Yu's face was full of helplessness. He wasn't as heartless as Little Shuai. They had to go out. The problem was how to get out. Gui cherishes his life. How about this? You guys want the Skypierce reincarnation seal because you want to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. I just happen to want to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. I'll take care of the Skypierce reincarnation seal. After opening the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, we'll go in together. How about it? There was no other way. Perhaps Daoist Master Shen Jizi hadn't expected Mu Yu to pass through the altar's barrier unimpeded, and even obtain the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal so easily. Mu Yu reckoned that Daoist Master Shen Jizi had set up a whole bunch of tests in the palace, all of which Mu Yu had carelessly skipped over. He didn't even receive any notifications to clear the tests. Nothing much. I will kill you and obtain the Skypierce reincarnation seal. Gui Shiming did not want to negotiate this time. In his opinion, Mu Yu was just hiding in the turtle shell, but he was also a turtle in a jar. He had already started to prepare to erode the outer barrier. The ghost chi in his hand once again spread out. However, Mu Yu waved his hand and a bolt of lightning shot out. Gui Piming raised his hand and formed a streak of soul power. Although the lightning was eliminated, he had no choice but to stop what he was doing. It was clear that the erosion barrier required his full attention. His twin was rather afraid of Mu Yu's lightning, and was unable to create a harmonious working environment for him. Everyone was stuck in a deadlock. All right. I promise you, I will hand over the Skypierce reincarnation seal to you for safekeeping. Gui Piming muttered to himself for a moment, but still took the initiative to make a concession. Because he had thought about it, it was really too difficult to erode this barrier, and Mu Yu had easily obtained the Skypierce reincarnation seal for him. A little cooperation was not a big deal. This thing was essential to open the demon subduing pagoda, and Mu Yu also needed to enter the demon subduing pagoda, so he was not worried that Mu Yu would cheat or something like that. Most importantly, even if they did not kill Mu Yu here, when they left the Sea Demon King's palace, there the gate of hell had a lot of people, and it was more than enough to deal with Mu Yu. As for after entering the demon subduing pagoda, at that time, no one would be able to protect Mu Yu. Mu Yu naturally thought of this, but if Gui Piming did not make a move against him in the Sea Demon King's palace, Helion Kong would be able to protect him after they left the Sea Demon King's palace. As for what would happen after entering the demon subduing pagoda, that would have to wait until they left. Helion Kong probably knew some things, such as what exactly was soul returning. Okay, then you guys hurry up and get rid of those messy demonic arts outside for me, and also retreat to the edge of the stone pillars outside the palace, then I will come out. Mu Yu said. These things were naturally necessary. The Japanese's nonsense could not be taken seriously, and Mu Yu did not want to see a large amount of disgusting ghost chi rushing at him after he left. Then old Six died for nothing just like that. Gui Laochi was very unwilling. He will not die for nothing. Gui Piming said coldly. Currently, no one could leave this demon island, and everyone was on the same island, so there were plenty of opportunities for revenge, especially in the demon subduing pagoda. That was the best time to make a move. Gui Piming threw out waves of ghost fog, quickly dispelling the inescapable demonic net that he had just set up. Then, he glanced coldly at Mu Yu, and left the palace with his twins. Mu Yu was not in a hurry to come out. When he came in, he had set up some array patterns. Only when he was sure that Gui Piming would step through those array patterns could he guarantee his safety. He first put the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal back on the altar, then walked out of the barrier and strolled around the palace. Since Daoist Master Shen Jizi placed this dangerous treasure here, it was reasonable to say that he had prepared some tests. Perhaps his remnant consciousness would even float out and tell Mu Yu how to use the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal and how to break the barrier. After all, Daoist Master Shen Jizi did not expect that his barrier would not be able to stop Mu Yu. Since he wanted to give this treasure away, it would be unreasonable not to leave some hints. However, Mu Yu walked around, and aside from admiring the various luxurious decorations and mysterious array patterns of the palace, there was nothing left behind. Daoist Master Xian Jiz's remnant consciousness did not run out again. Don't bother. The thing you want is already in my hands. Gui Piming's voice came from outside the palace. Damn, I was wondering why I couldn't find the instruction manual. It turned out that it was stolen by the Japanese. Mu Yu cursed. He walked back to the altar, passed through the barrier, picked up the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal, and went through the barrier. However, the moment he passed through the barrier, the entire palace suddenly trembled violently. Then, all the inscriptions on the barrier began to surge. The inscriptions transformed and shrank continuously. They were actually sucked into the cave on the mountainside of the small mountain above the reincarnation seal. This was not good. Because when the inscriptions disappeared, the barrier also disappeared. Now, if Gui Piming turned back, Mu Yu would suffer a great loss. He quickly rushed to the entrance of the palace. When he exited the palace, he found that the barrier outside had also disappeared. Gui Piming was standing on the steps, coldly staring at Mu Yu. I think you must be looking for this. A golden light appeared in Gui Piming's hand. It was like a cluster of nebula, but also like a whirlpool. The golden fog was flowing, and it looked particularly wonderful. Mu Yu did not know what it was, but the gate of Hell People's things were either red, black, or all kinds of ugly grey. They were lifeless. This golden fog was definitely not theirs. Then, it must belong to the instruction manual of the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal left behind by Daoist Master Xian Jizi. This thing is in the palace. Just now, I passed Daoist Master Xian Jizi's test. So, only I know how to use the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal. Gui Piming said. No wonder this guy was not worried about the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal falling into Mu Yu's hands. It turned out that he already had a bargaining chip. Get rid of the array you prepared. Gui Piming was not a fool. He had already discovered the array that Mu Yu had arranged at the edge of the stone pillar array. Mu Yu put away the heaven-deriving reincarnation seal and calmly walked towards the stone pillar array. Gui Piming followed behind Mu Yu. He did not hide the cold killing intent on his body. The two people walked into the moving stone pillar array. When they returned, the stone pillar array's moving trajectory was reversed. So, they needed to deduce again. The two people walked side by side into the stone pillar array again. Mu Yu began to deduce the route out again. With the experience of the previous two attempts, the third attempt at breaking through the pillar array was even easier. However, halfway through, Gui Shiming suddenly sneered. Do you really think that I will cooperate with you? Gui Piming suddenly attacked Mu Yu. Mu Yu's reaction was also very fast. He had already expected that the Japanese would shed all pretense of cordiality. With a flash, the rapidly moving stone pillar had already separated the two people. Of course I don't think that you will cooperate with me. Mu Yu was not surprised at all. Along the way, he had been on guard against the Japanese's movements. Sure enough, this guy could not hold back immediately. I already said just now. I don't need to rely on you to get out. The surrounding stone pillars suddenly soared with ghost chi. Very quickly, it intertwined around Mu Yu. Soul power poured out and trapped Mu Yu in a range. When Gui Piming entered, he had already done something to the stone pillars. Although he could not deduce the method to enter, he could still use some secret techniques to record down the route that Mu Yu had deduced. When the time came, he only needed to reverse the deduction. Most importantly, he originally planned to use ghost arts to kill Mu Yu in the stone pillar array. Is that so? I also did not plan to bring you out. As Mu Yu dodged the moving stone pillars, he began to form complicated runes in his hands. At this moment, the ground suddenly lit up with a green light. Following that, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The entire stone pillar array had already disappeared. They had all arrived at a desolate plain. Just now, Mu Yu had not only laid down array patterns on the stone pillars, but he had also laid down array patterns on every step he took. At this moment, He was led by him and immediately used an illusion array to hide all the stone pillars. Gui Piming did not expect Mu Yu to have such a move. Just as he wanted to take a step forward, his body was suddenly knocked. Following that, his entire body was knocked left and right from time to time. Very quickly, he disappeared from Mu Yu's eyes. He was knocked to the side of the palace. The illusion array was only added on top of the stone pillar array. Those stone pillars were only covered by Mu Yu's array. However, it did not mean that they had disappeared. Mu Yu was able to sense the existence of these stone pillars. However, Gui Piming was unable to sense it immediately. Therefore, he was immediately unlucky. Really. Originally, we were going to walk out properly. You, I, and everyone are good. You just had to find trouble. Then don't blame me. Mu Yu's figure did not stop at all. He kept moving, avoiding the stone pillars. Very quickly, he left the stone pillar array. Chapter 644. In front of the Sea Demon Palace, Gui Yezi and Gui Yeming had never left the Sea Demon Palace. They were waiting for Gui Cherishing Life to come out. Helion Kong was also guarding the place to prevent Mu Yu from being attacked by the people of the Gate of Hell when he came out. Brother Helion, who do you think will walk out of the Sea Demon Palace first? Gui Yezi asked calmly. Helion Kong snorted. Is it that important who comes out first? The Sea Demon Palace is very dangerous. Cultivators in the spirit severing stage won't be able to get anything out of it. Gui Yezi said with a slight smile. His smile was fake, as if someone was deliberately forcing the corners of his mouth to curl upwards. Cultivators in the spirit severing stage won't be able to get anything out of it. Do you think body integration stage cultivators will be able to get anything out of it? Helion Kong was still confident in Mu Yu. After all, Jenying Chenfeng was quite famous in his era. He was even more powerful than Xian Jizi. Since Mu Yu was Jenying Chenfeng's successor, he naturally wouldn't be too bad. Gui Cherishing Life isn't a good-tempered person. I hope your brat doesn't provoke him. Otherwise, it won't be good if he can't come out. Gui Yeming, who had been taught a lesson by Helion Kong, sneered. Gui Yeming obviously knew who Mu Yu was. He also knew that Mu Yu had some strange abilities that specifically countered the people of the Gate of Hell. Therefore, he had already prepared many methods for Gui Yeming to deal with Mu Yu. Gui Cherishing Life had 6 twins. They were ghost servants that he had personally raised. Helion Kong frowned. Just now, he vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Gui Cherishing Life. He had been worried for a long time. Although Mu Yu was Jenying Chenfeng's disciple, Gui Cherishing Life was still in the body integration stage. With his understanding of the people of the Gate of Hell, the people of the Gate of Hell would kill anyone who stood in their way. However, Helion Kong still said, that might not be the case. I think very highly of him. Then why don't we have a bet? Let's use the soul tool as the wager. You bet that Mu Yu will come out first, and I bet that Ghost Cherishes My Life will come out first. If both of us come out first, it will be a draw. Whoever wins will get the soul tool. What do you think? Gui Yezi had always coveted He Lienkong's soul tool, and even now, he still hadn't given up. Helion Kong didn't say anything. If something really happened to Mu Yu inside, then it would probably be a complete loss. The soul tool contained the power of Daoist Master Xian Jizi. If he lost the soul tool, then Helion Kong would lose the initiative in the future. What? Weren't you so confident in Mu Yu from the start? Why are you hesitating now? Or do you think that the younger generation of your Pill Cauldron school is no match for us from the Gate of Hell? Gui Yezi laughed. Helion Kong was slightly annoyed. Let's bet then, and once I win, you're not allowed to lay a hand on Mu Yu. Otherwise, I'll make sure that all of you from the Gate of Hell stay on this island forever. Good. It's a deal. Gui Yezi laughed. Take out the soul tool, before you go back on your word. Helion Kong's soul tool floated above his hand. He looked at Gui Yezi, but Gui Yezi didn't move at all. Where's your soul tool? Helion asked. I gave it to Gui Yezi. It's a pity that you can't bring your soul tool into the Sea Demon King's palace. Otherwise, you might have a chance of winning. Gui Yezi smiled faintly. Helion Kong's expression changed greatly. How could he not know the power of Gui Yezi's soul tool? The people from the Gate of Hell were more familiar with the control of soul power than anyone else. Their soul tools could unleash great power. If Gui Yezi had Gui Yezi's soul tool, then Mu Yu would really be doomed. You're shameless. Helion Kong was so angry that his beard was trembling. His soul tool was used to maintain the opening of the palace's gates, so he couldn't give it to Mu Yu. However, there were no restrictions on Gui Yezi's soul tool. A hint of pride appeared on Gui Yezi's face. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Then I'll wait for you to personally deliver the soul tool. However, before he could finish speaking, the entire entrance to the Sea Demon King's palace suddenly trembled. Then, ripples began to appear on the mirror, and a figure walked out from the mirror. Deliver what? A soul delivery tool? You're talking about this? Mu Yu's harmless smiling face appeared in everyone's eyes, and all the people from the Gate of Hell were stunned. How was this possible? Gui Yezi's proud face froze, and soon became distorted. He looked coldly at the black skull in Mu Yu's hand. Even the 5,000 years of calmness and self-restraint disappeared in an instant. You're talking about this soul tool? Mu Yu threw Gui Yezi's skull to the ground without hesitation. Then, he stepped on it and stomped it twice, saying, I have to say, your soul tool is quite sturdy. In the future, when you have nothing to do, you can use it as a stool or something. Didn't you say you were going to use it as a chamber pot just now? Xiao Shui said in a childish voice. Gui Yezi was completely in rage. His soul tool was his skull from when he was alive, so it was equivalent to his head. However, Mu Yu stepped on it, and a little spirit beast actually wanted to brazenly use his skull as a chamber pot. How could he endure this kind of humiliation? Brat, you're courting death. You actually dare to treat my soul tool like this? Gui Yezi angrily shouted and was about to attack, but Helion Kong had already floated over and stuffed his soul tool into Mu Yu's hand, blocking Gui Yezi's attack in time. Gui Yeming also wanted to attack, but seeing Helion Kong beside Mu Yu, he forcibly restrained himself. Even after Helion Kong's death, his cultivation was far above Gui Yeming's. This demon island was not like other places. Helion Kong's face bloomed with joy. Ayaya, such a precious gift, so you secretly gave it to my family's Mu Yu to protect himself. We're all on the same side, why didn't you say so earlier? I almost misunderstood you. Gui Yezi was so angry that his whole body trembled, but he didn't know how to react. This was because the matter of him and Helion Kong's bet was heard by all the spirits present. Because opening the Sea Demon Palace was a matter of great importance, the four leaders were all waiting here, with Bo Hong and Mu Mengfei as witnesses. I still feel that Senior's leg bone looks more familiar. This black skull looks like it was fished out of a latrine. It's really ugly. Mu Yu held Helion Kong's leg bone in his hand as if it was a treasure, then stepped on Gui Yezi's skull twice. Of course, the two of us hit it off. Helion Kong laughed loudly, and patted Mu Yu's shoulder. Mu Yu felt his shoulder being hit by 1,000-year-old ice, and a chill ran down his spine. All the human spirits watched as Mu Yu stepped on Gui Yezi's skull, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. This brat really dared to do something like this. That was Gui Yezi's soul tool. Gui Yezi was from the Gate of Hell when he was alive, so his soul tool was very powerful when refined. Gui Yezi stretched out his hand, wanting to take back his soul tool, but Helion Kong was already prepared for this and blocked the soul tool in time. What's going on? Gui Yezi, this is no longer yours. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't go back on your word. Helion Kong stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at his soul tool. Then, the soul tool emitted a pure soul power that covered Gui Yezi's skull, immediately cutting off the connection between Gui Yezi and his skull. You've lived on this demon island for 5,000 years. Don't tell me you've lived your life as a dog. Or are all the people from the Gate of Hell like this? If that's the case, then I really suspect that you people from the Gate of Hell came to the demon island with bad intentions. Mu Yu hooked the skull with the tip of his foot, and then kicked it to Little Handsome. I'll give it to you as a chamber pot. Little Handsome put his 2 little feet into the skull's eye sockets, and then it was time for all kinds of Little Handsome to play with balls. Gooey Yez's soul power was restless, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Seeing his soul tool being played with by a spirit beast, his lungs were about to explode from anger. Speaking of which, where's that junior from the Gate of Hell? Moo, you didn't kill him, did you? Let me tell you, although you're stronger than him, we have to be kind and good children. Don't kill him. At most, beat him until he's permanently disabled. Do you understand? Hellion Kong said earnestly. Moo was only at the severed soul stage, while Gooey Yezi was at the body integration stage. However, Hellion Kong insisted that Moo was stronger than Gooey Yezi, and even warned Moo not to kill. As long as he was beaten until he was permanently disabled, this old man was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Senior's teachings are right. This junior will definitely do as you say next time. As for that Gooey Yezi, he cherishes his life too much. In the end, it seems like he's trapped and can't come out. Moo tried hard to hold back his laughter. Can't come out? What a pity. Then I'm going to close the door. Hellion Kong puffed out his chest, looking like a person of virtue and prestige. Hellion Kong, the person under my wing hasn't come out yet. You're not allowed to close the door. Gooey Yezi said angrily. He had to figure out what was going on. He had clearly given Gooey Zieming pointers, but not only did Gooey Zieming lose the Gooey Yez's soul armament, Gooey Zieming was also unable to see Gooey Zieming. This wasn't the result he wanted. I'm not that kind of unreasonable person. I'll wait for 2 hours. If he doesn't come out in 2 hours, then I don't want to wait any longer. You know how tiring it is to maintain the gate of the Sea Demon King's palace. I'm old, I can't wait any longer. Hellion Kong thumped his waist. Moo still had many questions to ask Hellion Kong, but because there were so many people here, he didn't plan to ask them now. Because he had to wait for another 2 hours, he simply took Gooey Yez's skull and sat under it like a stool. Gooey Yez's face twitched again. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wanted nothing more than to charge over and kill Moo. Senior, if all of you are gathered here, then what about the Bone Warriors fighting every day? Don't we have to fight the Bone Warriors with the Yarrow clan these few days? Moo asked curiously. He remembered that he had been in the Sea Demon King's palace for about 3 days. Moo had stayed in the Land of Opportunity for a longer time, mainly to comprehend the power of nature. He hadn't been here for 3 days, but the Bone Warriors still had to continue fighting. Every time the Bone Warriors fought, one of the 4 leaders had to come and hold the fort. Now that all 4 human leaders were here, Moo had just come out, and the people from the Gate of Hell didn't look like they wanted to fight at all. Then, who should go up for the Bone Warriors fight? Hellion Kong shook his head. The Yarrow clan has stopped fighting with us these few days. They came over yesterday to negotiate terms with us. Negotiate terms? Chapter 645. The Yarrow clan also wanted to enter the Yarrow Sealing Pagoda. Moo was not surprised by this. The Sea Demon King was sealed in the Yarrow Sealing Pagoda. The Yarrow clan had come here to find the Sea Demon King and rescue him. They obviously knew that the method to enter the Yarrow Sealing Pagoda was in the hands of the humans. Last time, Hellion Kong had said that he would negotiate with the Yarrow clan after Moo obtained enlightened Shen Jiz's inheritance. He did not expect the Yarrow clan to negotiate with him first. You agree? Moo asked. If we don't agree to their request, we can't get close to the Yarrow Sealing Pagoda. Hellion Kong shrugged. Since they agreed, it naturally saved them some trouble. Otherwise, according to Hellion Kong's estimation, they would have to fight 3 battles a day and win more than 80 years to win back the Yarrow Sealing Pagoda's territory. That would be crazy. Since everyone's goal was to enter the Yarrow Sealing Pagoda, it was normal for them to work together. Oh, right, I haven't asked you yet. Did you obtain enlightened Shen Jiz's inheritance? Hellion Kong asked in a low voice. Moo explained the situation briefly. The problem now was that he had obtained the Skypierce reincarnation seal, but he did not know how to use it. The method to use it had been found out by Gui Shiming. So, Mu Yu and Gui Shiming each had half of the initiative. That kind of thing can't trap Gui Shiming. He definitely has a way to get out, Mu Yu said. Is that so? Then it looks like we have to wait for him to come out, Helian Kong said with some regret. Helian Kong said with a bit of regret. He had originally hoped that Gui cherishing life would be trapped inside so that he could extinguish Gui Yu's light breeze and prevent Gui Yuzi from always being so full of himself. Senior, have you heard of the Skypierce reincarnation seal before? Mu Yu asked. I don't know much about the Skypierce reincarnation seal, but enlightened Shen Jizi told me that the Skypierce reincarnation seal is a very dangerous thing, so he made a series of protective measures. Gui Shiming only obtained the Skypierce nebula. He also does not know how to use the Skypierce reincarnation seal. Only by combining the two things can it be considered as truly using it, Helian Kong explained. Mu Yu nodded. After that, he recalled that the Demon Island seemed to have issued an alarm. It should be Qiao Shui coming ashore. He was now worried about Qiao Shui's safety, so he asked Helian Kong about the situation. Indeed, someone else came. After you went in, another lady came to the island. She came ashore on our side. She's called Qiao Shui or something, Helian Kong said as he twirled his beard. Then where is she now? Mu Yu quickly asked. The people from the Gate of Hell said that the girl was a demon and wanted to kill her, but I saw that she was obviously a human, so I took the initiative to save her. In order to avoid suspicion, I sent a few souls to watch over her. Do you know her? Helian Kong asked. Yes. Of course he knew him. She's my friend. Mu Yu rejoiced. Fortunately, Helian Kong, this senior, was sensible. Otherwise, with the methods of the people from the Gate of Hell, it would be very difficult for Qiao Shui to gain any benefits. Then I'll get someone to bring her over. Helian Kong waved his hand, and a middle-aged soul immediately understood and floated away. After a while, Qiao Shui was indeed brought over by 5 souls. Mu Yu, you're really here. Qiao Shui cried out in surprise. Mu Yu quickly ran over and pulled Qiao Shui's hand, asking, Are you okay? That bastard Long Xingyun didn't bring you to the Demon Island? Qiao Shui shook her head. I didn't see them. After I was trapped by the merfolk, I wanted to escape, but the merfolk kept chasing me. I don't know where they went. Later, Yingyu found a sea demon in the sea and asked it to bring us here. Many demon beasts in the sea don't know where the Demon Island is. Yingyu asked thousands of demon beasts and only found one that barely knew the way. Compared to Qiao Shui, Mu Yu was much luckier. Little Handsome had seduced a rank 7 demon beast, the ink demon gorilla, and it just happened to know the way. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. Mu Yu quickly introduced Qiao Shui to Helian Kong, and conveniently concealed Qiao Shui's identity. But Gui Yeming sneered, this girl is a spy sent by the demon race. This brat is colluding with the demon race. You actually believe these two people? If I don't believe us, then do I believe you? You Japanese are full of lies, and you still have the nerve to slander me. Which eye of yours saw me and the demon race together? Mu Yu scolded without holding back. A severed soul stage cultivator pointing at a transcending tribulation expert and cursing, there was probably no other person besides Mu Yu. In any case, the grudge had already been formed. The people from the Gate of Hell had been scheming to kill him. Cursing a few words now wasn't a big deal. Gui Yeming's expression was very cold. He really didn't have evidence to prove this point. With Helian Kong's temper, there was no way he could make Helian Kong believe him. Helian Kong mysteriously moved to Mu Yu's ear. Are you two dual cultivation partners? Yes, yes. That day, Mu Yu even said that he wanted to do shameful things with Qiao Shui. Little Shui raised his little paw and said, Don't talk nonsense. Qiao Shui's face turned red. Mu Yu was quite generous. Ah, yes. Senior, do you have any blessings for us? A greeting gift or anything is fine. I already gave my most precious thigh to you. Isn't this a greeting gift? Helian Kong laughed and then sighed. I see that this girl is young and has an extraordinary cultivation. She's very compatible with you. Not bad, not bad. Aya, it's so good to be young. I'm starting to miss my Xiao Li. Back then, Xiao Li was also. Helian Kong started to praise Xiao Li, who he liked, non-stop. She was graceful and beautiful like a flower. He spoke for a whole hour. Clearly, this matter became a regret in Helian Kong's heart. Although Mu Yu wasn't very interested in this Xiao Li, he still listened very politely. I confessed to Xiao Li 18 times, but she rejected me 19 times. At that time, I didn't understand why such an outstanding alchemist like me couldn't obtain Xiao Li's heart. Mu Yu blinked. Wait, senior, you confessed 18 times and were rejected 19 times? Why don't I know how to calculate this? Aya, it's just that once, I was rejected before I even started to confess. Do you understand now? In the end, I asked Xiao Li why she didn't accept me. Xiao Li said that she didn't like men and only liked women. At that time, I felt like the sky had collapsed. Helian Kong's face was filled with sorrow. It was obviously a very sad love story, but for some reason, Mu Yu just wanted to laugh. However, when he saw Helian Kong's sad expression, Mu Yu couldn't bear to laugh out loud. He tried his best to hold it in, feeling like he was suffocating himself. Senior, it's everyone's freedom to like whoever they want. We can't force them. You must get over it. I think that an outstanding alchemist like Senior must have many women who have a crush on you. As long as you pay more attention, you'll be able to find them. Mu Yu comforted him in all seriousness. Sigh, it's not like there aren't any who have a crush on me. There was a gentle and kind girl who liked me for a long time. See, I was right, right? What happened after that? That girl was called Ayu Hua, but her appearance really let down passers-by. Her beard was even more hairy than my chest hair. Helian Kong shook his head sadly. Mu Yu burst out laughing. He felt that it was impolite, so he hurriedly coughed. He massaged his temples, smoothing out the breath that was laughing in his heart just now. He held Qiao Shue's hand tightly and sighed with emotion. Fortunately, the girl I like is more normal. Qiao Shue glared at Mu Yu, but didn't refute him. Right at this moment, the mirror at the entrance of the Sea Demon King's palace rippled again. Gui Piming walked out with a gloomy expression. He swept his gaze around and landed on Mu Yu. Ah, not bad. I thought you wouldn't be able to come out. Mu Yu didn't shrink back at all. This little devil had deliberately schemed to kill him, but Mu Yu countered him several times. It was a pity that Mu Yu didn't have the ability to kill him. Otherwise, how could he have let him walk out unscathed? Gui Yuzi whispered a few words to Gui Piming, his expression uncertain. After a long time, he said to Helian Kong, now that your people have the Skyspill reincarnation seal and my people have the Skyspill nebula, we can only take a step forward and negotiate with the Yarrow race. Otherwise, no one will be able to enter the Yarrow ceiling pagoda. Helian Kong pondered for a moment. Okay, let's go find the Yarrow race now and clarify this matter. Everyone began to move towards the demarcation line. Mu Yu also took Qiao Shue with him. Along the way, he told Qiao Shue about the current situation on the Demon Island. He also explained that he had just entered the Sea Demon King's palace. Mu Yu deliberately stayed at the back and said, by the way, you can't admit your relationship with them in front of the Yarrow race later. Otherwise, the people from the Gate of Hell will have a chance to cause trouble. Do you understand? The humans and the Yarrow race on this island are at daggers drawn. Qiao Shue nodded. Then her gaze shifted and she asked, did you just say you like me? Mu Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled embarrassedly. That's just a slip of the tongue. So you don't like me? Qiao Shue frowned slightly. No, you're so beautiful. Everyone likes you. Mu Yu hurriedly explained. Then he said, in order to avoid trouble, I'll put a formation on your face. At least, don't let Long Xingyun and the others recognize you. Qiao Shue hesitated for a moment before she agreed. Mu Yu's fingertips traced the formation runes and then gently brushed it across Qiao Shue's face. Qiao Shue's skin was so delicate that it could be broken by blowing on it. She was so adorable. Her facial features were so exquisite that it made his heart tremble slightly. He had never touched Qiao Shue's face before. Mu Yu was very happy. Xiao Shue's eyelashes were very long, and her big watery eyes seemed to contain a vast ocean. Mu Yu could even see his own reflection in Xiao Shue's eyes. However, Xiao Shui suddenly tiptoed and gently kissed Mu Yu on the lips. Mu Yu's brain suddenly short-circuited for a moment. A warm current flowed from his lips to his whole body, making his heart involuntarily beat. That kind of wonderful feeling was endless. It was as if 100 flowers were blooming in the warm spring, making him dazed. Is it really okay to do this kind of thing at this time? Long Ting muttered. Only then did Mu Yu come back to his senses. He then smiled awkwardly. The weather today is really good. I was molested by a girl on such a good day. My reputation is ruined just like that. Big sister Xiao Shui, I also want a kiss. I also want a kiss. Little Shui jumped around on Mu Yu's shoulder. Little kid, go play at the side. Mu Yu grabbed little Shui's tail and threw it away. You were the one who said that it was everyone's freedom to like someone. Therefore, whether you like me or not is your freedom. Whether I like you or not is also my freedom. Xiao Shui was very calm. She didn't feel awkward at all. She then turned her head and walked forward. Ah, big sister Xiao Shui, then I also have the freedom to like you. Little Shui ran back and jumped into Xiao Shui's embrace. Then, it rubbed its head against her soft body. You don't have any freedom. Little Momo is still waiting for you outside the island. Long Ting interjected. Shut up. Little Shui shook its butt twice. Chapter 646. The souls of the human race and the demon race had already begun negotiating at the boundary. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui were standing at the back, while a large number of souls occupied the front. Naturally, Mu Yu wouldn't be the one to negotiate here. Helian Kong and the others would be the ones to negotiate with the Yarrow spirits. Through the spirits, they could vaguely see the movements of the Yarrow spirits. The leader of the Yarrow spirits was Boss Lu. He was a living person, and it was said that he was older than everyone on the island, so he had the most right to speak. Yesterday, you said you wanted to think about it. What do you think now? Boss Lu asked in a low voice. Gui Yezi said, all right, but I'm afraid we'll have to recalculate the number of people entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. 13 of us will enter, and only 7 of you will enter. Impossible. Once you people from the Gate of Hell enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, you'll probably attack us. That Gui Yeming cannot enter. Boss Lu shook his head. Gui Yeming had the highest cultivation among the living. Once he entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, he could probably wipe out the Yarrow spirits with a single slap. Naturally, Boss Lu wouldn't budge. This was his bottom line. Who we send in is our business. If you don't agree, you can wait until we take back the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's territory. Gui Yezi snorted. Although that was what he said, it would take time to take back the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's territory. If the Yarrow spirits refused to compromise, they'd have to fight a battle every day. It would take decades. However, Helian Kong said, I think is right. Gui Yeming cannot enter. Helian Kong glanced at Gui Yeming, then at Mu Yu and Xiao Shui. He said, I have to ensure Mu Yu's safety. Helian Kong, watch your words. We're representing the human race. Don't drag your selfish motives into this. Gui Yezi shouted. P2E. Don't try to pin a label on me. Don't you people from the Gate of Hell have any selfish motives for entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda? You people from the Gate of Hell have always wanted to kill Mu Yu. If Gui Yeming goes in, how long can Mu Yu live? Helian Kong was not careless at all. Gui Yuzi wanted to use the benefits between the demon race and the human race to pressure Helian Kong. How could Helian Kong let him have his way? Gui Yezi was furious. Gui Yeming entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was naturally beneficial to his plans, but Helian Kong didn't give him the slightest chance. There was nothing he could do. Good. Ghost Nightming is not going in. Gui Yezi made a concession. He knew that it was meaningless for him to persist. Helian Kong would continue to hold on to this point. Not only Helian Kong, But Boss Lu of the demon race would also not compromise. In that case, we'll give up our territory in 3 days. I hope you won't regret it, Boss Lu said. The negotiations were simple. They'd already discussed the details the day before. It was basically about giving up their territory while opening the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. However, the negotiations just now had determined the number of people who could enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. 13 humans could enter, and only 12 people from the Gate of Hell could enter. If Gui Yeming couldn't go, then they could bring Qiao Shui along. Although Qiao Shui was on the side of the demon race, if Mu Yu went in now, he would have to deal with the threat of the people from the Gate of Hell. That was no laughing matter. If he went with Qiao Shui, Mu Yu would have a companion. The negotiations didn't last long. Everyone returned to prepare for the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Gui Yezi shot a cold glance at Mu Yu, then left with his people. Clearly, if Gui Yeming couldn't enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, they would have to change their plans. Mu Yu also had many questions for Helian Kong. After returning, Mu Yu found a place far away from the people from the Gate of Hell. Then he asked Helian Kong, Senior, do you know what soul transference is? The people from the Gate of Hell enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda to find soul transference. Helian Kong asked in surprise, soul transference? That's the Gate of Hell's most precious treasure. It's a treasure that specializes in attacking souls. It's said that it has many other strange uses, but I've never seen any of them. That's strange. I've never heard of the people from the Gate of Hell losing their most precious treasure. What does the Gate of Hell's most precious treasure look like? Mu Yu was very curious. How could they lose something as important as their most precious treasure? Would the people from the Gate of Hell be so careless? I've never seen it either. It's always been in the hands of the master of the Gate of Hell. But that's not right. Soul transference wasn't lost during the Great Battle with the Yarrow race 5,000 years ago. Although Gui Yezi's cultivation was very high at that time, soul transference definitely wasn't in his hands. This thing can't be in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. What are they looking for in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda? Helian Kong asked in confusion. Mu Yu didn't understand either. If it was the treasure of the sect, then it could be explained why the people of the Ghost's Gate were trying so hard to find it. However, why would the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda help them find the soul returning home? Could it be that soul transference had some connection with the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda? Since Helian Kong didn't see soul transference, then Mu Yu couldn't ask why. He continued, Senior, what should I do after entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda? And you should at least know a little about the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, right? The Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda has a total of 99 floors. Back then, Daoist Master Shen Jizi told me that after entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, if you want to release the Sea Yarrow King Yu Jiang, you need to learn how to control the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. The Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda has a pagoda spirit. If you can obtain the pagoda spirit's approval, you can control the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. So you need to find the pagoda spirit, Helian Kong said. The pagoda spirit. Will it be on the last floor? Mu Yu asked. That's not certain. The pagoda spirit can freely travel through every floor. If you're lucky, you might find it on the first floor. If you're unlucky, I don't know, Helian Kong said. This explanation was still very vague, but Mu Yu had a more important question. Senior, can I bring your soul tool in this time? Gui Yeming had brought over a dozen people from the Gate of Hell to the island, and a few of them were in the body integration stage. Without the protection of a soul tool, Mu Yu would have a hard time dealing with Gui Shiming. Even if he killed one of Gui Shiming's twins, it was only because of luck. If he was surrounded and beaten up by a few Japanese people in a corner in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, it wouldn't be a fun thing. Of course you can. This time, my soul tool isn't used to open the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. You can bring it in to protect yourself. Oh, right, I'll also find a soul tool for your little lover. Helian Kong blinked his eyes considerately. Thank you, Senior. Mu Yu smiled. Helian Kong was really thoughtful. This time, Mu Yu would bring Helian Kong's soul tool in. This way, he would have an extra layer of protection when dealing with the people from the Gate of Hell. Even if he encountered a group fight with the Japanese people, Muyu wouldn't be afraid. Helion Kong explained to him many of the conclusions he had come to after studying the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda for the past 5,000 years, including the fact that every floor of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was composed of different scenes. Helion Kong told Muyu with certainty that the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was filled with strange formations, but Helion Kong wasn't very clear on which specific formations there were. I'm actually not very familiar with the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda because I've never entered it before. However, Gui Shiming seems to have entered it once when he was alive. He understands the situation inside. How about I think of a way to ask him? Helion Kong said. Forget it. Gui Shiming wouldn't be so kind. Muyu shook his head. That's true. Helion Kong knew Gui Shiming's character, so he gave up on this idea. In the end, he said earnestly, Muyu, you have to help us remove the restrictions of this place. Consider it as helping us escape. Is that all right? Muyu nodded seriously. They had been trapped on an island for 5,000 years without any freedom. They couldn't do anything, and they couldn't see a single living person. The area they could move about in was limited. In order to not let the area they could move about in decrease, they could only fight endlessly with the Yarrow race. Very few people could understand this kind of loneliness. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Muyu and Xiao Shui had both finished their preparations to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. The dividing line also began to be moved to the Yarrow race's side. This was because the dividing line had been set by the soul power of both humans and Yarrow race in the first place. It could only be moved on its own when both sides agreed to it. During the process of moving, the Yarrow race kept a watchful eye on them. After all, they had won this area in the first place. Now, they were only temporarily retreating for the sake of the Sea Yarrow King. In order to ensure that the dividing line would be moved back to its original position after they left the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, the Yarrow race had even recorded the distance. The Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda could only be seen at night. It couldn't be seen during the day. Thus, everyone waited until the third night before they all gathered at the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Xiao Shui followed behind Muyu. Helion Kong insisted that she go in, and Gui Yezi didn't say anything. Xiao Shui also didn't reveal her identity in front of the Yarrow race to avoid unnecessary trouble. 7 Yarrow race members entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Among them, there weren't many who could enter, including Long Xingyun, Long Yeli, Yi Wenmaro, Boss Lu, the Dragon Carp Brothers, and the Dragon Turtle. This Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was much more majestic than the exquisite Sand Eagle Pagoda they had seen in the Sand Eagle Royal City. It also had a mysterious and profound aura. It was enlightened Master Xian Jiz's magic treasure when he was alive, and the might it contained was quite powerful. The patterns carved on the pagoda were very intricate, and all kinds of inscriptions were carved on it. The entire pagoda emitted a green light. The power of the all laws returned to origin formation domain flowed around it. It was incomparably mysterious. Remember what I warned you. You don't need to interfere with anything. You just need to watch from the side. If you really can't do it, you can help, Gui Yezi suddenly said to Gui Shiming solemnly before he left. This sentence, which came out of nowhere, made Muyu feel strange. Was there anything that the people of the Gate of Hell couldn't interfere with? Originally, Muyu wanted to listen a little more, but Gui Shiming seemed to already know, so he didn't say anything. Muyu didn't know anything more, but he was even more curious about the purpose of the people of the Gate of Hell entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. They were looking for soul returning to the heart, and they didn't let Gui Shiming interfere. What could they find by just watching from the side? You two go to the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda together, Helion Kong said. Muyu and Gui Shiming walked out together, and stood in front of the door to the first floor of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. The door was gilded with vermilion red, and it was majestic. As they approached, they discovered that the entire pagoda exuded a vast aura. It was undoubtedly an ancient treasure. The Skyspill Reincarnation Seal and the Skyspill Nebula appeared in their hands, and the Skyspill Reincarnation Seal automatically floated towards the Skyspill Nebula. The center of the Skyspill Nebula was like a whirlpool, slowly flowing. Then, the whirlpool gradually turned into a ray of light, merging into the cave halfway up the mountain where the Skyspill reincarnation seal was. Then, the Skyspill reincarnation seal trembled slightly, and automatically flew towards the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's door. A dazzling light flashed past, and the Skyspill reincarnation seal disappeared from the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's door. Then, the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's door slowly opened, revealing a vast white world inside. Moo frowned slightly, because the Skyspill reincarnation seal had already disappeared after opening the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. He had been hoping to keep this thing. Gooey Shimming, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. He only snorted slightly, and took the lead to enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. The remaining members of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda were also unwilling to fall behind, and all of them rushed in. Moo and Xiao Shui walked together, and also stepped into the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. The remaining souls had been standing guard outside, and they couldn't enter the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. After entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, Moo felt his body tremble slightly. The surrounding formation runes flashed by from time to time, and the white fog he had seen before had already disappeared. It was as if he had stepped into a curtain of water. When his eyes adjusted to the light, he was surprised to find that he seemed to have arrived at the top of a towering mountain. The surrounding members of the Gate of Hell seemed to have disappeared. Even Xiao Shui, who had clearly been standing behind him, had disappeared without a trace. The Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda seemed to have scattered everyone, and Moo had no idea where he was. If this was a pagoda, the explanation would be completely different. Strictly speaking, this place was more like an independent illusory formation. However, because of the formation domain's illusory formation, Moo couldn't directly break this formation, which made him feel a little regretful. Since every level is an illusory formation, doesn't that mean there are 99 illusory formations here? Which way should we go? Little Commander asked. Moo looked at the mountain below his feet, and then looked at the scenery in the distance. He could directly fly in the air, so he flew to the foot of the mountain. However, when Moo passed through the layers of clouds and arrived at the foot of the mountain, the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. There were cultivators, Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, and human corpses. Thick smoke billowed, and the river water surged. The tree leaves had a strange red color, and the ground was cracked. There were ravines everywhere, and all kinds of magic treasures and iron swords were twisted together. The corpses were still dripping with blood, and the residual warmth was still there. It was as if a tragic battle had happened just 15 minutes ago. Moo landed on the ground, and looked at everything in front of him in confusion. He didn't understand why Daoist Master Shen Jizi had set up such a terrifying illusory formation. Was he trying to warn the future generations about something? But at that moment, Moo smelled a nauseating yet familiar rotting smell. He followed the smell and suddenly saw a puddle of yellow corpse water. Is this the Yellow Springs corpse water? Chapter 647. As far as the eye could see, corpse water could be seen all over the mountains, rivers, and plains. Not only was it yellow, but there were also green and blue liquids. It was extremely strange. What does this war mean? Moo carefully skimmed over the corpses that had just died, paying close attention to the state of death of the humans. He thought that this war was supposed to be between the humans and the demons against human, but upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find that things were not that simple. He checked the wounds on the cultivators, then the wounds on the demons and human. He realized that the wounds on the corpses were not caused by the humans, demons, or human. Instead, there was a corrosive smell. It was very similar to the corrosive power on Akatsuki's body when Moo fought with Akatsuki in Mass Burial Valley. This was not a war between the three races of the cultivation world, but a war between the three races against another mysterious race. Since when did human cooperate with the humans and demons? Is this war real or not? Don't the humans hate human the most? Could it be that this was not the case in the past? Moo was shocked. The scene here had overturned his imagination. What kind of existence was Akatsuki? Suddenly, the sound of an intense battle came from afar, causing the ground to tremble violently. Mu Yu looked in the direction of the sound in astonishment, only to discover a mountain range in the distance. Sword light overflowed in all directions, and the light of magic treasures shone with boundless radiance, accompanied by roars of anger. This sound was so familiar that Mu Yu frowned slightly. This was the voice of the White Ape Demon King. Mu Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew towards the mountain in front of him. After passing through the mountain range, Mu Yu finally saw the center of the battlefield. The White Ape Demon King's body was several thousand feet tall. He had completely reverted to his original form. The muscles on his body were strong and muscular, as if they contained endless power. The white fur on his body proudly fluttered in the wind. He was unruly, exuding an aura of dominance. With a roar of anger, thunder rumbled and even the clouds in the sky were shattered. The White Ape Demon King blasted out a punch. With one punch, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The air seemed to have been torn apart. The mountain in front of him was also blasted into dust. A huge crater hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground. And he was facing 7 flesh-winged horned monsters. These 7 flesh-winged horned monsters had different colors on their bodies. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. There were all kinds of colors. Their auras were millions of times stronger than when Mu Yu first met Akatsuki. They couldn't be compared at all. The flesh-winged horned monsters in front of him were very large. They were about the same size as the White Ape Demon King. The horns on their chests were very strong, and the wings on their backs were extremely sharp. The various colors of corpse water on their bodies roared and turned into the fiercest attacks that blasted towards the White Ape Demon King. The White Ape Demon King's counterattack was simple and crude. With a punch, it destroyed everything. Even the sun in the sky was overshadowed. The punch compressed the air to the limit and suddenly exploded. It instantly blasted on the red flesh-winged horned monster and directly penetrated it. "You dare to come to my world? I'm the boss here." The white light on the White Ape Demon King's fist flashed again. The surging wind of the punch rolled out and instantly shattered the entire flesh-winged horned monster. His figure nimbly flashed and avoided the attack of another green flesh-winged horned monster. His big hand grabbed again and directly grabbed the green flesh-winged horned monster's wings. Then, he tore it in half. Green blood splattered everywhere. The more the White Ape Demon King fought, the more valiant he became. He was not at a disadvantage even though he was taking on 7 flesh-winged horned monsters alone. His aura violently impacted the surroundings. In just a moment, the originally arrogant and ugly flesh-winged horned monsters were all torn to shreds by the White Ape Demon King. F***ck, the old hairy monkey at his peak is actually so scary. Mu Yu swallowed. He thought about how he had been pointing at the White Ape Demon King's nose and cursing. He was lucky that the White Ape Demon King didn't slap him to death. In front of the White Ape Demon King at this time, Mu Yu felt that he was really too small. Mu Yu glanced around. He didn't need to think to know that this must be the second layer of heaven. He had never understood how the second layer of heaven was destroyed. With such a terrible existence like the White Ape Demon King, who had such great power to destroy the 3 races of the second layer of heaven, leaving only the monsters behind. "White Ape, you shouldn't have killed them. You have caused us a big trouble." A long sigh came from afar and reverberated in the sky. Then a figure appeared in front of the White Ape Demon King. This person was dressed in blue and looked calm. He seemed to be only in his 20s, but the aura contained in his body was like a mountain. Even though he was so small in front of the White Ape Demon King, in Mu Yu's view, he was not weaker than the White Ape Demon King. A hazy cloud floated around the blue-clothed person. This cloud seemed illusory, as if it would disperse when the wind blew, but it made Mu Yu feel a sense of familiarity. "It's the phantom. That stupid phantom." Xiao Shui suddenly pointed at the blue-clothed man's cloud and said, "This cloud is the phantom." Mu Yu was surprised. When he was in the second layer of heaven, in order to obtain the netherworld grass, he was implanted with false memories by the phantom, which made him feel very confused. He didn't know what was real and what was fake. In the end, it was little Shuai's existence that cleared up Mu Yu's memories. The White Ape Demon King stared with his huge eyes and said in a deep voice, "Phantom Qingyu, you don't resist, but do not allow us to resist." Phantom Qingyu. This blue-clothed person was Phantom Qingyu. "We are the protectors of this world, not participants. You have to understand this." Phantom Qingyu's voice was very calm, but it was filled with helplessness. "You, Jian Ying, Chen Feng and the others are protectors, but I am not. If the Moon Clan wants us to act according to their requirements, I, Old Ape, will be the first to refuse," the White Ape Demon King said angrily. Phantom Qingyu glanced at the desolate land and shook his head. "You are not prepared to fight against the Moon Clan. You have already lost. Even if I lose, I don't want to live with this humiliation." The White Ape Demon King's resolute aura was completely revealed. Phantom Qingyu was silent. After a long time, he spoke again. "I have to seal you in order to protect you and not let them find you." The White Ape Demon King's expression changed slightly, and he shouted angrily, "I don't need your protection. We are immortals, and no one can be harmed. For this world, for the continuation of our race, you have to live. As for them finding trouble with you, Jian Ying, Chen Feng, and I can protect you. The seal will take away your aura. This process is very painful, but you have to bear the consequences of what you have done. I only hope that you can live. The seal is the best way to protect you." Phantom Qingyu sighed heavily. "You want to seal me? I will not wait for death." The White Ape Demon King's aura became violent again. "You are already heavily injured. You are no match for me. The seal can help you escape this calamity. In the future, when you break free from the seal, the Moon Clan will not find trouble with you." The phantom spirit beside Phantom Qingyu suddenly floated out, turning into a cloud that covered the sky and enveloped the White Ape Demon King. The White Ape Demon King furiously blasted out a fist, but his fist was completely absorbed as if it had hit cotton. Powerful runes rippled out from Phantom Rain's hands from time to time, wrapping around the White Ape Demon King. The White Ape Demon King struggled with all his might, but the surrounding clouds were like glue, restricting the White Ape Demon King's movements. Soon, the White Ape Demon King's massive body began to shrink. In the end, it became the same size as Phantom Rain, revealing its human form. "Phantom Qingyu, do you plan to seal all 10 of us Demon Kings?" The White Ape Demon King's aura was gradually covered by the formation runes, which formed a cage that trapped the White Ape Demon King inside. Phantom Qingyu did not answer the White Ape Demon King. "Phantom Qingyu, remember this. I will definitely get back at you in the future." The White Ape Demon King suddenly opened his mouth, and a white Niden flew out from his mouth, and then disappeared into the void. Phantom Qingyu did not stop him. She just helplessly shook her head, and then disappeared with the White Ape Demon King. After they left, the sky suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Then, a terrifying aura swept through the entire land. "Destroy the 3 races of the second layer heaven." It was an ice-cold voice, so cold that it penetrated the bones, making people tremble in fear. Mu Yu watched all this from a distance. He heard about the unfamiliar Moon Clan, but he did not know what kind of existence they were. Even Phantom Qingyu was so afraid of them. The destruction of the second layer heaven seemed to be inseparable from the White Ape Demon King's killing of the 7 flesh-winged horned monsters. Who was Akatsuki that he met back then? The world of cultivators is never that simple. Everything is a cage, and the Demon Clan wants to break free from it, but they are not prepared. The White Ape Demon King's resistance caused the destruction of the second layer heaven races, so the third layer heaven cannot repeat the White Ape Demon King's mistake. A vicissitude figure appeared beside Mu Yu. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the brilliance in the sky, and sighed softly. "Senior Shen Jizi, what kind of existence is the Moon Clan?" Mu Yu asked. But Shen Jizi did not answer Mu Yu. He did not seem to notice Mu Yu's existence at all. After a while, a formation rune appeared in Shen Jizi's hand. The rune streaked across, and he took a step forward and disappeared. "Is that a teleportation array?" Mu Yu exclaimed. A teleportation array from thousands of years ago had actually been casually set up by Xian Jizi. He took Xian Jizi and disappeared from the second layer heaven. He went to the third layer heaven. Little Shuai, who was on Mu Yu's shoulder, kept staring at the brilliance in the distant sky. His eyes revealed a look of disgust. I heard the white-bearded old man talk about the Moon Clan, Little Shuai said. It is a powerful and ancient race, powerful enough to destroy the entire world. He alone could not stop them. Mu Yu's heart could not calm down for a long time. He suddenly thought of something. Why did the flesh-winged horned monster Akatsuki come to the third layer heaven this time? Chapter 648. The battle between the White Ape Demon King and the flesh-winged horned monsters deeply shocked Mu Yu, who was watching the battle. Although Mu Yu knew that it was all an illusion, it still seemed so real. The White Ape Demon King's imposing manner of looking down on the world had left an extremely deep impression on him. When the White Ape Demon King was freed, one punch from him was enough to destroy a mountain peak, let alone when he was at his peak. No wonder the White Ape Demon King became so serious when he heard Mu Yu talk about Akatsuki. He left without a care for anything and didn't even give an explanation. Now, it seemed that the White Ape Demon King also understood the consequences of Akatsuki's existence on the third heaven. Mu Yu looked around the battlefield. The whole world had come to a standstill after Daoist Master Xian Jizi left. Then, it slowly began to flow backward. Time seemed to have returned to the moment when the three races of the second heaven joined forces to kill the Moon Clan. For the first time, the Human Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Human stood on the same front. They fought with all their might against the flesh-winged horned monsters. The flesh-winged horned monsters were quite powerful. From time to time, cultivators and demons would be pierced by the flesh-winged horned monsters' horns and cut in half by their sharp wings. After the flesh-winged horned monsters were killed, they didn't leave behind any corpses. Instead, they turned into puddles of corpse water of different colors, emitting a nauseating stench. That battle was very tragic. In the end, the White Ape Demon King led the three races to defeat the flesh-winged horned monsters. However, the White Ape Demon King's victory was temporary because there were even more powerful existences in the boundless firmament. Although Mu Yu didn't see what happened after, he could imagine how those powerful existences wiped out the three races of the second heaven, completely destroying their civilization. Mu Yu silently watched the battle from the side from beginning to end. He felt the consequences of the battle with a heavy heart and many questions in his mind. The destruction of the second layer heaven was due to the White Ape Demon King's desire to rebel against the powerful Moon Clan. However, why did the White Ape Demon King want to rebel against the Moon Clan? What did the Moon Clan do to the White Ape Demon King? Mu Yu had no idea. Everything seemed so confusing. Then, Mu Yu realized that he should look for the tower spirit. He carefully analyzed the illusion array. Although he could not control the illusion array here, he still found the exit. The exit was the terrifying ray of light that appeared in the vast sky. That terrifying ray of light had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Every inch it got closer seemed to indicate that something terrible was about to happen. It was as if in the next moment, he would be crushed, his soul scattered, and his body and soul destroyed. Mu Yu knew that it was just an illusion. He suppressed the shock in his heart and finally stepped into the light in the sky. He felt as if he had jumped into water, and the air became sticky. Then, he returned to a battlefield. The battlefield here was no longer the second layer heaven, but the desert forest that Mu Yu had been to before. The Sand Eagle Demon King stood on a ghost falcon, leading his demon clansmen to confront the human self-cultivators. The yellow sand gently fluttered, constantly swirling and emitting a sharp whistling sound. And the one facing the Sand Eagle Demon King was Reverend Xian Jizi. You should not have assisted the White Ape Demon King. Your demon clansman's decision has also put the third layer heaven in danger. Reverend Xian Jizi's expression was solemn, but his eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. The Sand Eagle Demon King silently looked at Reverend Xian Jizi. His aura was steady, but it carried a kind of freedom. It was as if he was a sand eagle that was about to break free from his cage and was willing to rely on his own hot blood to fight against the vast sky. He would not hesitate even if the dusk was stained with blood. Resistance was the joint decision of the 10 demon kings. For freedom and truth, we will die without regrets. The Sand Eagle Demon King's body was like a javelin. His aura soared to the sky, as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. The freedom and truth that you desire will disrupt the order of the world. It will also push the third layer heaven into a state of eternal damnation. Reverend Shen Jizzy raised his voice. In that instant, it was as if he had become the spokesperson of the entire world, so resolute and awe-inspiring. If you humans are with us, we will negotiate with human. There is still hope for resistance, the Sand Eagle Demon King said resentfully. The 3 races of the second layer heaven have already been exterminated because of their alliance. Haven't we learned our lesson? Reverend Shen Jizzy retorted sternly. A bolt of purple lightning once again streaked across the vast blue dome of heaven. It was so insufferably arrogant, as if announcing the end of the world. That heart-palpitating power was far greater than that of Reverend Shen Jizzy and the Sand Eagle Demon King. Both of them looked up at the sky at the same time. But a sword light streaked across, as if it had traveled through the boundless space-time. It carried with it a domineering aura. Tens of thousands of feet of sword chi rose from the ground. The boundless and powerful sword chi instantly covered the entire purple light. Reverend Shen Jizzy and the Sand Eagle Demon King glanced at each other. Their figures rose from the ground, disappearing into the tens of thousands of feet of sword chi. That sword chi was so familiar that it caused Mu Yu's body to tremble. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he seemed to have transcended the mortal world. His gentle and refined aura was as reliable as a mountain. It was as if as long as this person was present, there would be no more danger in the world. Back then, Jianying Chen Feng was still young, but his gaze was so deep. It was as if he could see through the hearts of people and see through the vicissitudes of the world. Master. Mu Yu silently looked at Jianying Chen Feng, his heart filled with longing. Jianying Chen used to be a peerless genius, but now, he had fallen into the trap of the third layer palace. His whereabouts were unknown. Jianying Chen Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Reverend Shen Jizzy and the Sand Eagle Demon King. His expression was very calm. There was no anger or fury. Only a complicated expression was mixed within his indifference. Greetings, my lord. Reverend Shen Jizzy bowed respectfully. The Sand Eagle Demon King didn't move. He just stared at Jianying Chen Feng. Jianying Chen Feng, I always thought you were just a tribulation passing stage cultivator. I didn't expect you to have hidden yourself so deeply. Even I can't tell what kind of person you are. Jianying Chen Feng smiled slightly. He looked at the distant purple light. It's not just you. I'm afraid even the human race doesn't know what kind of person I am. To be honest, sometimes even I question myself. Who am I? My lord, you must be joking. You just don't want to be burdened by the name of the world. Reverend Shen Jizzy's expression was filled with reverence. Jianying Chen Feng shook his head. I originally didn't want to interfere with this world, but I also don't want to see it destroyed. Sand Eagle Demon King, you are also a person with eternal life. You must live on. You can't die at the hands of the Moon Clan. The only thing that can help you escape death is a seal. The Sand Eagle Demon King's expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this result. Where do you want to seal me? To a place where no one can find you. Jianying Chen Feng casually waved his hand. Powerful sword chi flowed in the air, transforming into runes that instantly enveloped the Sand Eagle Demon King. The Sand Eagle Demon King wanted to resist, but the aura completely suppressed him. He couldn't even use his strength to resist. You are clearly so powerful. Why don't you resist the Moon Clan? The Sand Eagle Demon King roared angrily. I'm just a passing traveler in this world. I see this world constantly moving forward. I can prevent evil from invading the third firmament. That's enough. Jianying Chen Feng sighed. His eyes were like resplendent stars. He stood at the end of the world, familiarizing himself with the laws of the world. Mu Yu slowly walked to his master's side. The aura of "I rule the world" made Mu Yu want to worship him. Master. Mu Yu wanted to touch him, but his hand passed through the figure. Jianying Chen Feng protected the world, but he couldn't protect himself. However, Mu Yu still didn't understand. His master clearly had the ability to rule the world. He could easily seal the Demon King. The 5 Demon Master Yumeng weren't his match at all. Why would he sacrifice himself to set up the immortal confining prison? If he wanted to destroy Yumen, it would be more than enough. Why did he believe in the 3rd Firmament Palace in the end? What exactly happened during this time? Mu Yu increasingly felt that the matter at the Moyun mountain range wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Jianying Chen Feng flipped his hand, and a strange golden seal appeared in the air. It was the heavenly reincarnation seal. My lord, this is. Perfected Xian Jizi was extremely shocked. This is a very dangerous item. It's dangerous and powerful. Take this and seal the Sea Demon King. Remember, don't kill the Sea Demon King. The Demon King must be born in the future. Jianying Chen Feng handed the heavenly reincarnation seal to Perfected Xian Jizi. The Demon King must be born. Perfected Xian Jizi silently muttered this sentence. He took the heavenly reincarnation seal and turned to leave. However, he stopped and said, My lord, your cultivation is heaven-defying, and you have done so much for the human race. Why are you not willing to stand up and admit all of this? Why did you choose to play dead? Back then, the silhouette being sent so many assassins to assassinate you. You could have just destroyed the silhouette being, couldn't you? I don't want to participate in the disputes of this world. Many things are not as simple as you think. Go. Jianying Chen Feng's eyes revealed a trace of loneliness. The sword in his hand split into 9, and then gradually transformed into the figure of Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai jumped onto his shoulder and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Mu Yu's eyes widened. He turned his head to look at Xiao Shuai on his shoulder and found that Xiao Shuai was also looking at his other self in confusion. Sword Spirit, we have interfered with this world. Do you think we did the right thing? Jianying Chen Feng stroked the Sword Spirit's white hair with a trace of helplessness in his eyes. I don't know. Anyway, the food in this world is very delicious. I quite like to eat it, the Sword Spirit in Jianying Chen Feng's hand said heartlessly. Yes. Once we are involved, it will be very difficult to stand by and do nothing. Jianying Chen Feng gradually disappeared with the sealed Sand Eagle Demon King. Xiao Shuai, who was on Mu Yu's shoulder, blinked his eyes and looked at himself leaving. He wagged his tail and said, Why can't I remember these things? So my name is Sword Spirit. What a terrible name. It's not as good as Xiao Shuai. Mu Yu smiled. It turned out that the relationship between little Shuai and master was so close. But what happened that caused little Shuai to become a strange egg again and become muddle-headed? He also stroked Xiao Shuai's white hair and suddenly had an unprecedented sense of closeness to Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai was so important to his master, but his master left Xiao Shuai to Mu Yu. Thinking that he was quite rude to Xiao Shuai every time, he felt a little guilty. Mu Yu, let's hurry and find Big Sister Xiao Shui. I want Big Sister Xiao Shui to hug me, Xiao Shui said with a face full of anticipation. Mu Yu's guilty feelings toward Xiao Shui suddenly disappeared. This guy's image of a good child in his heart could not be maintained for more than a few minutes. He scolded, What hug? Only I can hug Xiao Shui. Me too. You carry Xiao Momo. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.